What's up, YouTube? Welcome back to another Reviews Corp podcast, also known as the ARC podcast. I'm your host, Red Devilos Reviews, and I'm back here again with my good co-host, Unity Review and Analysis. What's up, Unity?
Hi, just two Marvel things in a row again. That's
Oh
right.
yeah. Um, Hopefully after that we take a bit of a break before Madam Web, I guess. But yeah, before we get started, it's we got a bit of a special pod today, and because we got two great guests here, and back here again, Operation Bagel. What's going on?
Hello, everybody. Yes, due to popular fan demand, I am back. They just told me how they just got just thousands of emails begging me to come back, and here I am.
Oh yeah, definitely. And last but not least, we have a new guest. Please introduce yourself.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Biakua91, or you can always call me Bia for short. Yeah, I'm here. I'm actually quite prevalent on the Mauler Discord. If you are there, I don't really have much of a social media presence outside of that. And Red kindly invited me to discuss some Marvel stuff, which, thank you very much for inviting me. And I look forward to discussing what was once one of my favorite franchises of all time.
Yeah,
Same.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're even if it's kind of a dour note, we're still very happy to have the both of you here.
Happy to
Uh,
be here.
but yeah, and before we get started, just a reminder for everyone that we do have another channel under the Reviews Corps podcast where these videos get archived onto that channel the Monday after the podcast. So you can expect to see this on another Reviews Corps podcast at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on January 29th. You can also find it on the Spotify with the same title, another Reviews Corps podcast. And both of those links are in the description down below. So please check those out. And yeah, so as we mentioned before, this is why does Marvel have a massive production problem? And this is just something that, um, it's not like a new thing entirely. Obviously, like Phase 4 and Phase 5 has like really exposed that. Uh, Especially nowadays, we have more Twitter and like everything gets reacted to. But
Mhm.
yeah, I mean, obviously, like we've had discussions about like Phase 1 also had a lot of that as well. But I did want to kind of start with something different before we get into that. I did let the guests know that I was going to do this. Um, One thing that kind of happened over the week was Supergirl for Superman Legacy was recently it had their two finalists, um uh Meg Donnelly and Millie
Email
Alcock.
outcome.
Yeah, and that meant that Amelia Jones was who was the third name on that list. She did not make it to the final two. And I wanted to say this like kind of briefly before we get started on our topic is because like um there was one insider by the name Jeff Schneider, and he pretty much says in the video that like uh, Amelia refused to read for the role, and my problem is like obviously like when you talk about like something like this, and then it's on online, and people are gonna react pretty badly to Amelia, and it's very unfortunate, but that's exactly what happened. When you use a word like refused to read, that's a pretty serious accusation. Because like it's like politely declined, uh, wasn't available, things like that stuff like that can happen. And the reason why I got so irritated by this particular thing is because um yeah like for some people think like refuse to read means like oh like maybe Gunn doesn't like that like Amelia didn't read the comics and like she because she refused to read comics and stuff like that. It's like honestly like I know James Gunn is like a movie director who is a massive comic book fan, but he is a movie director. Like let's not be stupid and act like he's going to not cast someone just because they don't know Supergirl comics. Like, I think that's a really stupid thing to expect out of him. I mean, like, do you really expect me to believe that Isabella Merced was like pouring with Kendra Saunders material? Isabella Merced might be pouring something else. That's a different discussion. But yeah, it's like, I don't know. It's like I find that kind of like annoying in the sense of like, yeah, it's like
Kind of creates a false
it's
narrative.
just not. It's a false narrative, and it's like, and then if you take the second to like really consider, it's like Amelia Jones was at the Sundance Film Festival promoting her new movie coming out, Winter, and the thing is just like the Sundance Festival was from the 18th of January to today, January 28th. So those 10 days, she was just unavailable. And during that time when they were doing the reading, the Millie and Meg were available because they don't have other future projects right now. I'm not slighting them at all. It's just they had more free time compared to Amelia. And Amelia just, her time schedule did not match up with when they did it. And the thing is, as like for actors, it's like that's just a normal process. It's like sometimes they want you in the room, but you're not available at that time. We got to move on. Everything costs money. And yeah, so it's unfortunate to Amelia that her time schedule just did not align for her to read. But yeah, it happens. So it's like, I don't know. It's just like, I find it really stupid, like, to criticize her for like, it's just a comic book role at the end of the day. Like,
Yeah.
that's really all I'm getting at. And obviously, like, if she made it to the final three, it's like, she has the talent to be up there. Obviously, like being in an Oscar-winning film, Coda, 2 years ago, and she was a big part of that. So yeah, it's like she'll be fine. She'll be fine, and she'll probably be considered for another role in the future. Yeah, so it's like, but let's not act like this is a unnatural thing about it. So, but yeah, my particular reason why I brought this up because Schneider has like done this like a few times, like kind of like put a narrative about things in regards to like, you know, like a personal bias is very clear because like I think like one of the more prevalent things was uh like for the longest time he was the proponent of saying like the Marvels, like everybody on set hated Brie Larson, and that's why the Marvels was being delayed so much. Which is like it's been proven like time and time again that's just not true. Um, like there, I don't think anybody on the set has ever said anything bad about Brie at all. And then you see like a lot of BTS videos and all that, and interviews and like them talking about Brie. It's like it's just like I don't know, but it's like it's so popular to hate Brie Larson. So it's like I
To
don't
be
know. It's
honest,
just yeah.
to be honest, we shouldn't drag this too long because we are supposed to be going.
Yeah. All right. I mean, I said I told them that, but
Yeah. To be honest,
but I was done anyways. But yeah, but that's kind of the thing about sets of the Marvels. So obviously, like Unity and I have discussed this with Mix and Match back when the movie came out. But yeah, you mentioned you wanted to kind of talk about the movie as well.
Yeah, the Marvels, which, funnily enough, it was my most hated movie of last year until Rebel Moon like stole the crown. Cause dear Lord, Rebel Moon that's just offensively bad. Like the Marvels. The best way I describe it, if I could describe it in 2 words, it's desperate and a bit pathetic. Like it's desperate in the sense that you can easily see a lot of the meddling that went behind the scenes because if you pay attention to like a lot of the audience's response, they said, "Oh, this movie felt really long, even though it's a short movie," and that's a case of just bad editing and just not knowing how your sequences line up and constant reshoots, and it's really just a microcosm of just all the production problems that Marvel's facing. But like this movie just there's really nothing to it. Like Darth Ben, as like EFAP likes to call it, she's probably one of the worst Marvel villains out there. It's like, at least with Jonathan Majors with Kang, like he wasn't a great villain, but at least there's some gravitas to him. Like there are some scenes where you could see the potential with this character. Darth Ben, like, can anyone tell me what this character wants, what their personality is like? Like, I've seen.
I mean, she wants to save the planet. I mean, don't just please just ignore the fact that she has can travel through space and just find another planet.
Yeah, it just and really, I've seen some people say, "Oh, she's like Rita Repulsa from like Power Rangers," and like as a Power Rangers fan, I take offense to that because at least Rita Repulsa is consistent. Like she's bit one note, but she's consistent. This character isn't in terms of everything else. But if I had to name like kind of two positives about this movie, I think Aman Vellani was decent in the role. Like she's clearly doing the best she can with just this awful script. And she's been quite the trooper in the sense of like taking criticism and like not lashing out, which makes you a lot more likable. I hope she can get back on her feet after this because it's not her fault that this movie was bad. And also, Tanoia Paris, I think, did the best she could as well, but like the writing is bad. But yeah, this film just pissed me off. Like the hammer that Darth Ben has, like where was this like how did this get back? It was destroyed in Guardians Volume 1. Did they
I guess she just found another one.
Oh my God.
No, not just find another one. Find another way more powerful one. Which doesn't even need the Infinity Stone.
Yeah, exactly. And and then like the bangles too. It's like there's a lot of people that say that with these Marvel films that like you need to see the recent Phase 4 and 5 ones. Oh, you need to see the Disney Plus series in order for them to make sense. And that's why it's bad. And I beg to differ. To quote Mahler from like EFAP, you are punished for watching these awful Disney Plus series. Like The Clandestine, the Nord Dimension, none of it ever plays a role in the story. Kamala's like bangle that can like time travel, like that's never used in this movie. It's like
Not even Darben's bangle does that either.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, what's the point in watching those shows if we're told they're supposed to connect, but they don't connect? And like Nick Fury, it's like if you told me Secret Invasion existed, like I wouldn't have seen the difference between this Nick Fury, which was still bad in this movie, compared to like Secret Invasion Nick Fury, which just completely destroyed any remnants of that character, which was already damaged.
There's like no connection from Secret Invasion like at all.
I don't know what's happening.
Outside of being in the space station, which his wife is not there. Talos is never mentioned at all. His death, his sacrifice. Gaia in general is not mentioned at all. Like that she is the most powerful being in the universe now.
And the
entire brings all the scrolls to Earth, and just like, we can just do this.
There are scrolls on a planet. Whereas like in Secret Invasion, he said millions, like a million scrolls are on Earth right now. So yeah.
I mean, and Bob, this movie said, oh, actually, the scrolls can live in the fucking Asgard. It's like, you basically shoot yourself. You basically just resolve the entire Secret Invasion. Just bring them to New Asgard.
Yeah,
Secret Invasion could be a show. I'm not denying that it can't be, but like a 6-episode show, no.
That need to be
Secret Invasion could obviously fit an entire phase entirely, if you were to really consider it. But obviously, it's just so odd, like how grand the scale of. Obviously, like you can't put the comics into a show like this, or like in a visual medium in general. But yeah, like you can't. It's just like it's kind of off, like how there's like nothing remnant of Secret Invasion, the comic, in this at all. Especially when you compare it to like Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Secret Invasion.
That was really good.
Way more preferable. But yeah,
I still need to check out that show.
I highly recommend it. It's really good. Even with like the second season's issues towards the end, like it's still worth watching. But yeah, just to like wrap up like the Marvels, like my take on it, it's just the whole power swapping thing was just such a bad way to go with Carol Danvers, because it really showcases that like they wrote themselves into a corner by like having Carol Danvers being so powerful, and they couldn't come up with a creative way to like challenge her. Cause like, cause like there's like the way that the swapping works, it's like, are they using their powers off screen? They don't really clarify like what the swap actually is. And for me, the thing that really killed this movie, that made me like fuming in the theaters when I saw this, was the whole thing where Carol Danvers just decides she can reignite the entire a sun. Where do I even start with this? Okay, let's just ignore the fact of just how complex a sun is. All right, it's clear that they don't science fiction, superhero films. Okay, whatever. Where's the risk? Where's the consequences of her doing this? And if you want like a really good example of like a powerful character who has to make like a tough choice, it's funny because when I watched the Marvels, I recently saw Disney's Hercules, which very good movie. I highly recommend it. The scene in that film that really caught me off guard was there's a scene where Hercules has to go and rescue Meg's soul, which for context, Hercules was Meg sacrificed herself to save Hercules when he was depowered. He gets his powers back. So they have to go to the soul well. And the scene and Hades is like, yeah, you can go get Meg's soul back, but like it's you have to jump in that well. And he puts his hand in there, and like his life force is being drained. And like without hesitation, he just jumps right in there, and he nearly dies. And that leads into him like unlocking his godhood, and Zeus basically confirming like the message of the movie, which is like the strength of a hero is not measured by the strength of their muscles, but by the strength of their heart. It's a really good moment because it showcases what heroism really is: self-sacrifice for the sake of another person. And it's like there's a missed opportunity here with Brie Larson's Carol Danvers. You could have played on that, the idea of her trying to do good in the galaxy, and then maybe she learns that she caused the Kree Civil War like within the movie, instead of her actually not knowing about it before the events of the movie. And you have that dilemma where she's like, hey, look, maybe it's between saving these people who I made a mess of, or do I let them go for like the greater galaxy and stuff like that. Like there was something you could have done with that. And I think to close off my point, this film really punctuates a problem that I've seen with a lot of the Phase 4 and 5 MCU films, is that none of these heroes are actually like heroic. Like, I don't understand what drives all these characters to be heroes other than the plot demands them to be. Like, you think of like Captain America, what drove him to be a hero? He wants to protect his country. And you even see that in the first movie where he's like, I don't like bullies. I don't care where they come from. It's like a very simple line, but it conveys what he wants, like why he wants to be a hero, what drives him. Same thing with like Tony Stark, with like seeing his weapons causing devastation and him getting a kick of reality, being like, I want to actually do some good, like some true good, rather than the good I thought I was doing. So it's like, there's none of that with any of these characters. And it's just like, you have to really put some serious thought into your characters and like what they want, why they want it. And in the case of superheroes, like what drives them in being a superhero? It's like, that should be the number one question you should be able to answer. And if you can't answer that, start again.
Yeah,
very well said.
Yeah, but it's such a weird. It's just such a weird case of like. It's such a weird case study nowadays. We just keep watching Phase 4 and Phase 5. It's like, dude, I'm like the only one who still keeps up with every single one of them. And trust me, it's a very painful process. Oh my!
I do as well. I don't know why I still do, but I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, I don't want to hate on Marvel. I really don't. Like, I love the older Marvel films, as flawed as some of them can be. But it's like, if you can't get something as simple as characters down, which is why I think a lot of the Phase early Marvel movies hit so well, was because the character writing was pretty decent / good at times. Like, what's the point? Because like we live in like this YouTube bubble and like this film bubble, but like you go to the general audience, what's the one thing that general audiences cling to when it comes to a story? The characters.
Yeah.
If the characters aren't good, what's the point in telling the story? It's why like Avatar: The Last Airbender, Star Wars, Harry Potter, all these popular franchises have the staying power they do. It's the characters. And Marvel had that, and now they are starting to realize through their hubris that they haven't been investing the work necessary within the characters. Because, like, can anyone honestly tell me Shang-Chi's character in like a sentence or two? Or She-Hulk?
Shang-Chi, he does martial arts.
Yeah, he fights. She-Hulk's a lawyer. I can tell you that much.
She-Hulk She-Hulk's an asshole, to be honest.
Who's not coming back?
I doubt it.
Yeah, but yeah, that's my take on the Marvels, because for me, it's a film that just completely craps the bed. And then the one other thing that really annoyed me was just the missed opportunity with like Miss Marvel and actually trying to flesh her out. Because like I'll say this, I don't hate the Miss Marvel TV show. It's more meh than anything else. It's not good. And I think Iman Vellani is actually pretty good in the role. But it's like you could have done so much with her in this film that could have actually made her more likable. Like, you remember the scene where like the Skrull world, like Hala is being destroyed, and like not even Hala, the scene where they have to evacuate the Skrulls, and like she has to make the choice between like saving the Skrulls on the ship and then just letting them go.
Mm-hmm.
Like that sequence, you could have had it be where like she has a crisis of faith over Carol Danvers, because from her perspective, like she has a very over exaggerated, like I shouldn't say over exaggerated, romanticized view of Carol Danvers, like romanticized in the sense of like idealized. And like imagine if she has to confront with the reality that the Carol Danvers that she thought was cool and heroic wasn't really that much of a hero.
They did have like a few seconds.
I feel like in that scenario though, it's like obviously on the planet, it was like, you know, they really couldn't save everybody in that situation. Even like they don't have that conversation, but like to be honest, like I don't really know what the conversation could be, because like
to be
really
honest,
could not save all the Skrulls in that situation.
Based on the production of Marvel Studios, I don't doubt that there's originally an idea in the movie, but somehow they just changed it. But they still kept it anyway. So it's like, what's the point of keeping it?
Nia DaCosta has like mentioned a lot, like it's not really her movie. It's a Kevin Feige movie, if anything.
I feel so bad for her. Like just
and Nia DaCosta is like another one of those examples. Like we had a conversation before. It's like, I think Nia DaCosta is like a genuinely good talent. Now, I mean, obviously, the way you can interpret like I was inspired by Final Fantasy 14 or something like that for this movie. I don't know what to say about that because I've never played it. But like,
oh man,
yeah, I mean, could be a bit much, but like, I mean, but like, I could definitely tell like she has like a lot of good, like she has good respect for comics in general. I mean, like
she has passion. It's like she actually has passion about doing it, but it's like there's a lot of things you just keep revealing about. It's like, okay, what the fuck is happening behind the scenes? It's like
there's the pasture for not really allowed to like use it.
That's the other thing.
It's the other thing. It's not even like they can't hire talent. I mean, they hire plenty of talent. They just fire all the talents.
Or the talent doesn't come towards them. Because, like, you know, I was describing this actually before a show. Like, my co-host and friend of mine, Script Doctor, he works in the industry, by the way, as an actor. Yeah, and he describes how, like, with Marvel, they're very insular in the sense that they don't allow new talent to come in. You have to actually know someone in Disney to come in. And they usually hire from like a select pool of writers. They don't branch out, and they're known to pay really poorly. Hence why like a lot of the talented people are not coming towards Marvel. And it's like you're seeing this, and I wouldn't even say this isn't even a Marvel problem. It's a Disney problem. Because like, not to get too far off topic, but like Guy Ritchie was confirmed to have left the Hercules movie. And like he did the Aladdin film for them, which, you know, wasn't great, but like he's an established director that has worked with them, and the fact that he's not coming back, like that's a major problem. Same thing with like Steven Yeun leaving the Sentry for something else, because like voiceover work for like Invincible, like voiceover work doesn't take that long to do.
I mean, it's by the
He
way.
is filming another movie. To be fair,
Yeah,
the major problem was like they had so many reshoots, rewrites, and all that stuff. The production problems plus the strike, to the point where now his time frame is gone. Like, if he wanted to do Century, like Robert Pattinson and Robert Downey Jr. were both supposed to do a movie together, but because of the strike, it just took up all their time where they would have filmed it. And now Robert Pattinson has to get ready for the Batman Part 2. So
it's
obviously he has to
so.
commit to one. So it just happens like where
yeah,
the
I
strike
get
did
it.
play a factor as well.
I mean,
But yeah.
yeah, but to be honest, I keep working with a lot of like friends, like directors, just a lot of projects. Like, it's kind of weird because I don't think it's sometimes things are just not that black and white. Because I was literally working with one. It's like, okay, I couldn't come to this day, and she just like, we just got thanks for telling me. I'm just gonna schedule around for you. Like, thank you, nice. This literally just happens today. It's a lot of it's like, and also the fact, Steven, you said I redrafted the email. I was like, okay. I was like, okay, this has to be something more unnatural than just scheduling conflict. It's one of those things like, I guess because there's no other evidence, so I can't just say for sure. But I just do not believe
Yeah.
it's just as simple as scheduling conflict.
I also think like in your scenario, for it, just to be fair, it's like these guys are getting paid for these things too.
Oh, by the way,
Whereas,
I need to sign contract today. Don't ask.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
then it might be a bit different. But though I do understand from like a Hollywood perspective, like sometimes like the stars align and sometimes they don't, and then just you kind of have to move on. There's like a few examples of that later in the video that we're gonna discuss about, especially for Secret Invasion. But yeah, like that's but yeah. I mean yeah, they do have the talent. Here, I mean like again, I think like the three leads they had great chemistry with each other in the movie. A lot of their interactions were just fun, like especially on the ship. Even if it doesn't make sense narratively, it's just like I don't know, it's just like kind of infectious to see them having fun on the ship. With their power switching powers, which is still not consistent, but I'll take what I can take. Yeah, like as I mentioned before, like Nia DaCosta, one of my favorite things about what she was saying, like how if she were to work on an X-Men project, like what would she do differently from the other films? Like make sure Storm and Cyclops are like good because they never were.
Facts in the movie.
Yeah, and that's really unfortunate because they're like the true leaders of the X-Men. So
I mean,
I really respect that.
it's weird because I just like I stopped my X-Men watch like until like I stopped after first class because it's like, oh my god, those are so, how do I say, uninteresting. Like, dude, I know nothing about like Cyclops, Jean, or I know a bit of Storm in like a Last Stand, but it's like not enough. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
They're
like,
very thin in the movies, which is unfortunate.
Cyclops needs the Captain America treatment.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, and the thing is, like Marvel, like they know that the X-Men, because like you can get into this, like the X-Men and the Fantastic Four are pretty much like the break glass in case of emergency. But the thing is that how can anyone, like, that's like one of the few things that they could use to get people back in, because the X-Men is just big, but it's not going to matter unless they get the right, like the right writers on board and they have the right pitch and premise. And it's like, if they put something like this with the Marvels, like it's going to suck.
Yeah, it is. By the way, if they're doing X-Men, I've got 100% bet the fact they're gonna make it a racial allegory or some shit. Because they literally did that in the Stanley documentary. Like, of course they're gonna do it in here.
The thing is, there's a smart way that you could do it, but the problem is that the writers, they're like, I hate to say this, some of them just have Dunning-Kruger, where they think they're more capable than they actually are, or they believe in their own hype and they can't take a step back and be like, hey, is this actually good? Because personally for me, like a good X-Men film, if I could picture it, is like you have the aesthetic of like the 90s X-Men series, but you do something in vein of like Wolverine and the X-Men, like where it's like it's a really character focused show, and like you have like a POV character that like really introduces us into the X-Men. It could be Jubilee, it could be Iceman.
Iceman,
yeah.
Or just
Yeah.
or just make an OC. I don't give a shit, because even an OC is better than whatever fuck they would come up with.
Yeah, and two is just like really come up with like a clever story that actually can tie with the X-Men, because like not to get too much into this, but like I recently listened to the Michael Rosenbaum podcast with like James Gunn, which to be fair, they're friends, so it's like that's why he's on. And James makes a really good point where it's like one of the problems with superhero movies is that the stories are just not that good. And he's spot on. Like, the story and the characters are the thing that people attach themselves to. Like, I think Mahler puts it really well in EFAP, where it's like if you have like a popular character like Spider-Man or the X-Men, that's like a multiplier. The base constant is the writing.
I mean, to be honest, if you're really wondering, it's like this is how like MCU tanks its own franchise. Like no one even give a shit up anymore. It's like it's like this. I mean, when we watch like, remember Phase 2 when they have Guardians? Like who the fuck knows about Guardians except for comic readers? Like, I don't know. I mean, I know Spider-Man. No, right camera is a smash hit because they, the characters are so good. It becomes an instant popular hit.
Yeah.
I also think Guardians was like the start of something. The start of a fall, I would say. Like in the sense of like James Gunn's quips in the movie were good, but like the thing is like I think it got to the point it's like, oh, I know how to do it now. Let's just copy what Guardians did, and then people just do a riff off of that, and then do a worse and worse copy to the point where
Nicole Perlman wrote
Guardians, not Avengers.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yes, but this is unavoidable. When you make something successful, they gotta try to replicate it over and over again. But they don't know why it works in the first place.
Yeah, and especially since like that's the movie that has like a talking tree and a talking raccoon. It's like, oh my God, and that film worked. We can do anything. So yeah, that's of course that's. Yeah.
You need a good story attached to it, and it's like preventing the Horse Stone from like Ronan the Accuser and stuff, and like a band of misfits like teaming up to do that. Like that's a very smart way to approach it, and it's like Marvel's lost that because they lean so hard in the paint with the shared cinematic universe aspect that they didn't stop to consider, hey, maybe we should focus on making like a really good film. It's like, I know people often quote this, but like it's so true. It's like Red Letter Media's thing where it's like just consume product and get excited for, don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product. And it's like that's what Marvel was doing. They were trying to build the hype machine like for every single film, like with Phase 4 and stuff, and it doesn't work if the individual films are not good.
Just like going back to the Marvels, that's what they did with that one trailer, where was it get ready for what comes next, and then the X stays on the screen.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it builds up hype, but it's like
because Beast is in the movie. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's and that to be. I mean, it's such a cringe scene. It's like I don't know, because I'm not a person who just like give too much shit about the X-Men. Now I just borderline doesn't care anymore.
Yeah, I always felt like the X-Men, like it's just so you really can't do it without a soft reboot of some sort where the X-Men were there the whole time. But the problem with that is like you kind of have to rely on Secret War, like, and people carrying after that, which I highly doubt that.
Just do another multiverse.
Yeah, and another thing is like one of the problems that like when they got the Fox contract, the thing is like they can't use the characters like until after 2026, but they can only reuse the actor characters that were from the previous Fox. So that's why like you can use Hugh Jackman again, you can use Ryan Reynolds again for Wolverine and Deadpool, and then allegedly there has been some cameos coming back from those films as well that are also going to be in the movie.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's like a mix of things like that, and I feel like with Marvel, it's like I think they were hoping that the X-Men would be ready to go by this saga, but like they weren't because of the contract thing. It still has another 2 years left on it.
They could have used
so, yeah.
WandaVision to really set up the X-Men because they could have pulled a reverse House of M.
Yeah, and it's like if you can't use like if you can't use like Magneto or you can't use like you can use Alpha Flight. They've never been adapted before because that's the other thing. Like Marvel is allowed to use mutants. They just can't use the mutants that have been on screen already, unless they reuse the actors.
I get it. It's like Wolverine. They use a lot of the most popular, like Wolverine, Charles, Xavier, Cyclops, Storm. What the fuck? But they could have just pull other people. In fact, they actually put X-Men in Captain America 4. Remember? This is She-Ra. Like, what? Sabra? Yeah, that's Sabra. That's a fucking X-Men character. It's like,
mutant, yeah. Like, for Cap 4.
Yeah, so they could have just do that. It's like just
or I've always wanted them to bring back Magic, for 2 reasons.
Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I like Liliana.
But yeah, that would have been. I think that could have worked out. Like, I mean, also like Magic is not like oversaturated like Wolverine, so it's like or Magneto, so it's like you could if you start off small and then kind of build on that. In terms of bringing back like a returning actor, actress, or anything like that. I mean, Evan Peters was something, but then we all know the twist.
Boner.
Yay.
Yeah.
Here's a question. Do you think Marvel is kicking themselves with WandaVision in not leaning onto the whole mutants thing? Because, like, if you really think about it, like, the show, WandaVision had, like, the most engagement, I would say, relatively speaking, compared to, like, all these other Disney Plus series, which, to be fair, I think a lot of them
agree. I agree as well.
Yeah, basically, because I was hyped as shit when WandaVision is going to be the first show. It's like, oh my god, this is a TV format. I'm just going to wonder what the fuck how is it going to be about?
Sorry.
Yeah, one of the big things about it was like it started off as a mystery, and then obviously like now I understand the whole appeal. It's like when you have mysteries and stuff like that, and like you're building on it, you have fan expectations, and then to the point where if it doesn't go the way you want, then do people think it's bad because it didn't meet those fan expectations, or is it actually bad? Which is I understand that debate. Yes, it is actually bad. I'm not denying that, but I do want to give credit in the sense like I felt like with WandaVision, I don't think there was any reason to not have any expectation for Mephisto to show up because there were so many pieces in the show that like directly ties to Mephisto, even down to the point where we learned that before, like when WandaVision was supposed to be 10 episodes, but it became 9. They were supposed to reveal that the cat was the bunny. Senior Scratchy is actually Mephisto or something like of that sort.
It was some demon,
and then something like that. And it's like, and yeah, there's like direct lines from like House of M. There's a lot of like connections that they literally mentioned the devil like 3 times in the show. So it's like I don't know. It's like I know it's like a fan expectation. It's like but like just because it didn't happen, like Mephisto was not there. That doesn't mean like it was a bad show or anything like that. Which I understand that point too. It's just like, but yeah, I don't know. I think the show would have heavily benefited with Mephisto in it.
For me, it's gotta be like I don't know who the fuck is Mephisto or just read the comics. But when I saw the show, I was like, I have expectation because I saw Evan Peters back and he has super speed. And you actually played my feelings. It's like, oh fuck you at the end. I mean, I still got invested. Like for all the other shows, I still have investments. But it's like this is insane. You play with our investment to just do whatever fuck you want.
Because like there were so many ways they like just on the sense of like because like we had this discussion before we started recording on like Endgame and like Marvel not knowing where to go. It's like there were so many avenues they could have taken at the end of Endgame. I mean, Endgame wasn't great by any means. I don't hate the film, but it's not good. But like there were ways you could have continued on without doing the multiverse. You could have gone smaller. You could have.
Yeah, and honestly, like Kang's Dynasty is like fine, but the problem is like they combine multiverse and time travel together for some reason,
which is insane. Yeah, you got multiverse. Like
you should have done time travel for this saga, and then maybe multiverse for the next one if you want to do the X-Men and stuff like that.
Yeah,
maybe
multiverses you have to be very careful with because
that too.
A multiverse can break your universe very easily. And same thing with time travel, and it's we're
gonna talk about those incursions later in the video as well.
Yeah,
because like there's an interesting fact about the incursions in terms of production and how that came to be in the final product. So just a little nugget for the future.
See, if I was in charge of Marvel, I would have either done street level stuff with like a mix of like Marvel Cosmic, like I would have adapted the Annihilation Wave storyline.
It's probably like, I mean, by the way, if you, I mean, I've said I watched all of the MCU. Doesn't mean just like the Disney Plus stuff. It's like I watched like Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D. and Daredevil, like stuff like those, and people just say those. I mean, and those are actually being released, and no one just complains about, oh my god, I want less Marvel stuff. Because they actually give a shit about the characters. I mean, some executed badly, but there's an attempt.
Yeah, because the stuff is good. Like if this stuff was all good, I doubt many people would be complaining about superhero fatigue. It's bad writing fatigue. It's taking the audience for granted.
Yeah, it's like
but just go ahead.
I don't even think you just need to be very good. Just don't be too bad. That's all you need to do. Just don't be too bad. It's like, I mean, people still. I mean, I know that we got Iron Fist. We got like Inhumans. They got mocked to shit. But even after they got mocked to shit, there's a runabout stuff like Luke Cage, Jessica Jones. Those are not too bad. And there's some good, and also Daredevil. Everyone loves that movie. No, I mean show. Sorry.
Yeah. So,
and like Iron Fist is like now it's like to the point where it's like there's like the rumor that there's going to be like an Iron Fist show and it's going to be female led and Danny Rand is like barely going to be in it or if at all, which is like fucking insane. And I understand it's very popular to hate Finn Jones as Danny Rand, but like I really think he can do it if he was given better material and he was given a chance. I mean, I think that the whole like he didn't do the fight choreography, he was lazy. That really was not true. He was just put in a bad position.
The
only thing I heard about the only thing I hear about his casting issue is that he isn't Asian. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
that's kind of the other problem. Like Iron Fist kind of like was doomed from the start because like that expectation. Oh, why is he not Asian? It's like he's not Asian.
Yeah, because I'm a big Iron Fist fan, and I'll say this: like he very much was a byproduct of like the Bruceploitation era, with like Enter the Dragon and stuff like that. And in theory, on paper, I'm not against passing of the Iron Fist because the Iron Fist is a title; it's not a mantle. There have been multiple Iron Fists before, but
absolutely.
The problem is that modern like. If I'm going to predict what Marvel's going to do, they're going to just use that to like crap on Danny Rand and try to prop up like whoever the next successor is as being ultimately better. And it's like people are sick and tired of that. It's like nobody hates female characters. They just hate badly written ones. And it's like when I think of two of my favorite shows recently is like Arcane and the Blue-Eyed Samurai. Both have great female characters like Blue-Eyed Samurai, Mizu, Warrior. But she has a hero's journey. She fails. She makes questionable choices. Same thing with Arcane. It's like it's about the writing. And if you want to give a successor to Danny Rand, and you want audiences to really latch onto that, you need to do what Spider-Verse did, the first film did, which was like give a good passing of the torch, respect the mentor character, have both of them develop and grow, and have the character inheriting the title actually earn it. And also too, it would be really fitting because I do martial arts, like I do kickboxing, and one of the things about kickboxing and just martial arts is about wellness, is about self-improvement, it's about discipline. You could really instill those values into Colleen Wing or whoever they want to put into going forward, and the idea that learning why you should fight, why should you take up fighting. It's not necessarily for just self-defense. It could be for like wellness. It could be for like enlightenment. there's so many things you could do with an Iron Fist story, but like they're not going to take that route because hate this. They're going to do what they did with the South Park joke, where it's like we're going to put a chick in it and make her lame and gay or whatever. Like,
yeah,
yeah. My other thing is like with Danny Rand is like, I like again, I don't want to sound like an anti woke kind of person or like I mean like a woke person because like I'm not, and I understand like season 2 ended with like Colleen Wing getting the Iron Fist as well, but to be fair, Danny still has the Iron Fist with both hands at the end of that show. So I don't know why people don't mention that. But outside of that, it's like again, I don't mind Colleen being the Iron Fist, but the problem is like when you frame it this way, it's like, all right, so you guys are just succumbing to like the criticisms from the Netflix show and just like not trying to maybe do better this time around. I mean, obviously, like if you don't want to do an Iron Fist show because it has that bad of a connotation, a lot of people really want to see Heroes for Hire with Luke Cage.
Yeah,
that episode is like one of the best episodes.
My culture is great as Luke Cage.
And for Iron Fist, yeah.
Yeah, it was like it's interesting that people talk about that episode of Danny Rand and the entire fucking
show, yeah.
Yeah.
One episode.
Yeah, hi S.h.i.E.L.D. We're kind of just talking about Marvel productions in general. We were talking about the Marvels, but then we kind of went into other aspects like the X-Men, Iron Fist, stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of a free-forming pod today.
Yeah, to be honest, we should do that more.
Yeah, it's just like because with Iron Fist, you could do so much with a lot of these characters if you just had like a really strong, consistent vision and like a really good premise. Because like, for example, we look at Richard Rider, for example, with like Annihilation Wave, like a very simple pitch you could have done for that movie is do Green Lantern meets the Rocketeer. Like you could have like Richard Rider be your new POV character for Marvel going forward, like post Endgame world, him getting the Nova Corps powers and teasing like Annihilus, and then you could have had Fantastic Four because Annihilus was originally a Fantastic Four villain, so you could tease him as well, and then you can do the big Avengers Annihilation Wave and stuff like that, where like Nova comes back to like warn the Earth's heroes that like, hey, Annihilus is coming, the Annihilation Wave is coming. And then you have like the Avengers leave, and then you could do like a street, here's a fun thing. You could have one Avengers movie be them fighting like Annihilus and stuff like that. Maybe end that. If you want to do a 2-parter, you can, or a single film. And then maybe have like another film that focuses on the street level heroes while those heroes are gone. Something like what Earth's Mightiest Heroes did with like a backup team of Avengers on like the street level and stuff like that. Like there's so much they could have done, and they didn't because they had such narrow thinking in saying, hey, the multiverse saga, we can do recasts, we can bedazzle people. And it's like multiverse stories are very difficult to write. They're not impossible, but they're very difficult. And just outside of what, like, say No Way Home, like none of the multiverse stuff has really hit. If anything, it's turned people off.
I mean, it's like the only thing. It's like, if you see like everything everywhere all at once, like that's another multiverse stuff that people loved because it's done well and they actually gave a shit about the characters instead of just cool concepts. It's one of those like you just don't get the multiverse, don't you? Like, it's so weird.
They don't, they conflate multiverse and time travel and like realm and dimension, and they don't define those things. And some of the Marvel defenders, because like I speak to some folks who still kind of like the stuff of Marvel, but like even they're like getting tired. But like when I talk about this, they're like, oh, this is just like, I don't want to say nitpicking, but it's like, oh, this is, you just want like a Marvelpedia summary and stuff like that. Kind of like Patrick Williams' like awful take where it's like, oh, you just want a Wikipedia summary when doing Star Wars. It's like, no, these details matter because at the end of the day, it's all about verisimilitude. Like we know that these worlds are fictional, but they have a logical consistency to them, which gives them the impression of being real. It doesn't necessarily have to conflate to our world, but if there is a logic behind how that world works, it's easier to buy a lot of this stuff. And sure, if these people want to like it for that, fine. But it's like, don't come to me and say that's like well written, because like when you insert like quality, like we're entering a different realm of discussion. But anyway, sorry, Unity, you were saying.
To be honest, no, it's fine. Just keep going.
Yeah, Marvel to me, it's going to this year really is going to be the year where Marvel is going to have to really get their shit together. Pardon my language, because the costs that they've been spending on these movies is just absolutely ridiculous. Like, what is it, $300 million for the Marvels, with like, that's not even including marketing. Like, they can't sustain these losses with the budgets they're having, with the return on an investment. And like, what is it? She-Hulk had, 24 mil, like 25 million per episode or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Like, it had a roughly the same budget as the Avengers, which, to be fair, it is like with a TV show like that, it's like you can manage, like, space that out, whereas a movie, like, you can put it all into that one movie. So
yeah,
of course it's going to be treated differently.
It's to be honest, I just like, how do you manage budget like this? I don't get it. It's like you just like throw $200 million at just like, waste. I want to know a lot of shows budgets. Like, they didn't announce a show budget of Echo, so but I want to know how much they actually is.
It's probably quite a bit.
Yeah, and I do want to circle back because like obviously we're talking about like writing and production for the video. One thing that, like, as I was mentioning prior to the start of the pod, is like there are like some questions, like in terms of like, is it really that they have bad talent, like entirely? Like I'm not like is there good talent, but it's just like because of the micromanaging, the behind the scenes like issues. There's always like everything has to be reshot and re-edited after things are done. Things like that. I mean, like there have been some sensible names like that we've heard, like some writers that did like Daredevil, they did Better Call Saul, Mad Men,
Mr. Robot.
Mr. Robot. You had some good writer talent that was there. It's just like, but like a lot of these discussions that you hear from some of these writers or like some of these show creators is like, they're just so like, Mr. Foggy, I don't know what to say. It's either we do it this way or we don't. And it's like, no, we don't do it that way. It's like, okay, then I guess, like, I mean, like, Secret Invasion, like, is a very easy thing where you can see that problem, is because I think like 85% of it was reshot.
I think 100% of them is reshot to the point.
Yeah.
I mean,
because honestly, like, having the Mr. Robot writer for Secret Invasion is pretty perfect. But I don't know. It's just like, but maybe it was like too small scaled or something, which is like,
yeah.
I guess to be fair, it's like with Secret Invasion, it's like it is pretty big, comic wise, but like I can understand it making it smaller for a TV show. That makes sense to me, but I can understand that not being appealing. But like then again, neither is a DBZ fight between two Super Skrulls.
I mean,
where they have all the powers of the Marvel heroes and villains.
Yeah, you have to create stakes when you have high level.
By the way,
and that was all Feige's idea. That was all Feige's idea.
Feige's idea. Do you remember that people are still talking about the Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D. like arc about the Secret Invasion stuff, where they exchange people with what's it called, like androids, it's like LMD droids, and people are still praising that arc today. Yeah. It's like, fuck. It's like, you did small scale can work. It's like, I don't get it. I don't get your mentality, Feige. You just want to throw power sets at the end. Just like, you just want to go Super Saiyan for some reason.
To answer your question, I think it's a bit of both, because Victoria Alonso, from what I've understand, because I know some people who work in like VFX and stuff, she was quote, like, this is what I've heard, like a very toxic individual when it came to like interacting with VFX people and like putting like unreasonable demands and changes. Because it's like like Marvel's process and how they do VFX is just absolutely ridiculous because just some guy actually did like a really good breakdown on what they do. Because let's say hypothetically, to use a simple example, let's say if they wanted to do a shot with like Thanos like swinging his sword. Typically how you would do that is you would construct like an animatic of that effect, and then you would have the director or the producer, whoever is in charge of this, of that effect, be like convey what they want to the VFX people, and then they iterate that effect over time. So like they show it midway at certain points during the construction, so that way they can make changes as they're making it. But what they're doing is they're basically having like a Thanos midway swing, like fully animated, fully completed. And Marvel's like, yeah, we need you to scrap that and completely do something different. And that's ridiculous. You can't have VFX people do work like that and expect it to be good. Like the analogy I use is like, it's like Jenga blocks. When you construct stuff like that, it's like constructing Jenga blocks. And a simple move of those Jenga blocks is going to cause it to collapse. And thus you have to start again. And they've been doing that, and they've been spending a lot of money, and it's burning a lot of people out. You're not getting good, consistent product, and there's a reason why they're starting to unionize, because they have managers who just put them in positions like this, and it's just like you can't run a production like that. Like all this stuff with like Secret Invasion, everything. This should have been locked in pre-production. And if you want like a really good example, look at Denis Villeneuve with like Dune. Like you hear him talk about like how he storyboarded all of the sequences and he knew exactly what he wanted to do. Like that film looks amazing, and it costs really not that much, but Denis knew what he was doing, and they're not getting the right talent and the right individuals who can structure their productions in such a way to where they know what they need to do. There's not a clear vision. There's just vague ideas of, like in the case of Secret Invasion, Nick Fury just needs to be back in the space station by the end. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? Like, that's
right.
I mean,
give us more of a clear vision of what you want. Like, what are the constraints? Like,
another like important thing to like just that will also like set up like our future discussions. Like one of the major things like WandaVision, the showrunners have mentioned is like they do have like the traditional storyboards and all this stuff for like all the episodes except for the last 1 or 2 episodes, because like they generally have like an idea of where the story will go, but they just don't know how to end it because it's supposed to set up for a future project most of the time, or barely in the case of a lot of Disney Plus shows. But yeah, it's like, but that's kind of the main thing. It's like whenever they go to Feige, it's like, how do you want us to end the show? It's like, I'm not telling you because I don't want spoilers to go out. It's like, dude, they have NDAs for a reason. They're not gonna if you make them sign an NDA, they're not gonna give spoilers to other people. I mean you'll fine them. That's the whole point of a fine.
Just put that in the contract. Don't spoil anything. That's it.
If you do, you have to pay us like a lot of money for that.
Or better yet,
it's very simple. Yeah.
Or better yet, just not lean on the cinematic universe thing. Like really, like I think the novelty of the MCU was that like with Phase 1, like all the movies are relatively self-contained. I mean, sure you had cameos with like Downey Jr. and like the Incredible Hulk and all this other jazz, but like, and they all converse in like Avengers. So like there was a novelty factor to when something serious happened, that all the heroes started to assemble and everything, and you got the sense that, hey, all this stuff is taking place in a similar universe. But they kept leaning on that, and it's like there's diminishing returns when you keep just pushing the shared cinematic element. And that's why, like, if I was in charge of like Marvel, or like they tasked me, I would be like, let's split the story into like 2 parts. Let's have the cosmic side be like the very interconnected stuff, like, kind of like the Infinity Saga where we tease it. But then we have more like street level stuff that doesn't really need to connect to that. It's just good on its own.
I don't get it. How do you run a fucking phase and you just don't know how to end it?
Because Kevin Feige, like, honestly, I think he believed in his own hype. It's the same thing with George Lucas. It's the same thing with all these other creators, where they think they can't do wrong, and thus they lose a lot of the people that keep them within check or any kind of perspective, and thus they're in the position that they're in now.
It's weird because at least George Lucas knows what he wants with the story before he loses people. I mean, if you watch the prequels, you can clearly see what he wants for beginning, middle, and end. I mean, it's executed poorly, but you can see there's a through line. Like in the MCU, I don't see a through line at all.
Yeah, I think the most important thing to keep in mind here is like, because like Star Wars and like maybe like Dune or like, you know, like a lot of these things are, there's like one clear creator and like there's one clear like, or it's based off of a book or something like that. So that there's clearly like a direction to kind of follow based on that. Whereas like the MCU, obviously there's like multiple writers coming in and out. There's multiple directors coming in and out. There's the head producer, of course, and you know, like there's a lot of like people that have a, you know, they have like a foundation somewhere, but like their foundation might be different from Feige's foundation, and like this person has a different opinion from that person and that kind of stuff. Whereas like the MCU, of course, is going to have that kind of problem in general, is like in terms of like, you know, lack of communication or like lack of like, I want to do it this way, but I don't really like it when what you're suggesting for that way. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of bound to happen. Whereas like in Star Wars, George Lucas was the guy. And like, yeah, he occasionally had some writers and like they had people who would help him, like, you know, give general feedback in terms of like how we can make it better, especially for the original trilogy. But yeah, but like a lot of the ideas still came from like that one person, and at least like in that kind of realm. But whereas like in a lot of these Marvel products, like a lot of the biggest problems that are talked about is like, I try to do something and you just don't want to do it. You just want to do something completely different from what I'm suggesting. And then sometimes like a lot of things like completely get cut out, or some things are like completely changed out of context because of the VFX editing, the post-production kind of things. So it's like a lot, sometimes like I mean, like I think like I believe it's either the Miss Marvel directors or
Miss Marvel, yeah, Miss Marvel directors.
One of them was like saying like when I watch the final product, it's like sometimes I get shocked. It's like it's almost like not entirely what I did. Episode. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like sometimes like something's like changed, or like something was like cut out, and it's like, oh, like damn, like it's almost like I didn't do this at all. Yeah, it's just really weird.
I mean, it's weird. It's like I don't know what to say. It was like I'm still waiting for more news about like Marion. What does Marion Diary said about, you know, the showrunner, the supposed showrunner of Echo.
Also,
and then they just
one of the writers for Better Call Saul.
Yeah, and then they just like I just barely see her interview, and most of them and the writing side of the interview just like, oh, we actually hire Native American writers. Like, okay, I know who hijacked the show now. Great.
The thing is, the writers just need to be good. They just need to have a strong vision and keep things consistent. Like, I don't really care who they are. Just if you're going to do the research and like put the premise in, that's all you need to do. And the thing is that they're hiring writers with like a vague sense of idea who may not necessarily be tested, which, okay, that's one thing, but it's like they also get very lackluster, bad direction. It's such a mess behind the scenes, and you can't, and they're starting to feel it with like just the lack of interaction with like the Disney Plus stuff. Cause like, you know, you have the rise and the reign of Marvel Studios, like that book. I think the author, she makes it very clear that like social media interaction with like Marvel is going down, like data analytics and searching of Marvel stuff is going down. And as someone who's dabbled in data analytics and has worked in that field, data is everything to a lot of these marketing teams as well as like these producers. And as soon as this stuff starts going down, that's when the problem really starts to happen. And, you know, it's, you know, we can use our eyes and stuff. It's now more trendy than ever before to go after the MCU and Disney and all this other stuff when it wasn't back then. Why? Because the stuff was well received. It was well received. When people are happy, there's a tendency not for them to go after stuff, even if there might be issues. But it's like with the fall of Marvel and everything, it's like you're seeing some of the bigger YouTubers and people in general just going after the series because They're just not good, and that reflects on SEO traffic and marketing money and all this other stuff. So they've got a big problem they need to solve. And the thing is, to be fair, I think they're betting on the fact that because there's not that many MCU films, that it may create some sort of like reset or break before they do anything. But the big problem that Marvel also has to face beyond just like apathy, fatigue for their own stuff is just the fatigue of superhero media in general. Because like last year, like the only two superheroes films that actually made like anything decent was like Guardians Volume 3 and like Spider-Verse, Across the Spider-Verse. Like all of the major superhero stuff bombed, and people are like checking out, and like a lot of that audience is going to like either biopics or like action films and stuff like that. So, and
video game films too.
yeah, video game films. So like
That's like the new
Mario and
version.
Five Nights at Freddy's, they were immensely successful.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like they've got a problem. They've got a two-front war, effectively.
By the way, It's also but the fact that they have to fucking get back the movies right, the rights of the characters. They actually have if they just keep continuing Daredevil or other billion. Actually, there's like over 10. So there's a dozen show unrelated to Disney plus MCU. But if I just let them just continue those shows, guess what? It won't be that bad now. Instead, they just want to do Disney plus, and it's like, look how it turned out.
I would love for them to continue that, but I know they won't because, for one thing,
it has to be Disney's brand, not Netflix.
Yeah, there's ego. There's a lot of ego and money because like Feige because like from what I've heard, Feige was never the biggest fan of the Netflix stuff, and him and Jeff Loeb apparently were not the best of friends. They hated each other.
Yep.
So like that's one thing. Like really, if anything, like I think the reason why Daredevil was even made was because of like No Way Home and how popular it was, to where like the Daredevil series when it was on Netflix like shot up in trending because people really liked that film and they wanted to go back and revisit Daredevil. And two, it's like if they have to bring back like Drew Goddard and Stephen DeKnight, which ironically enough Stephen DeKnight is attached to the Ray movie for how long I don't know. They would have to pay them a good chunk of money because like they've got the bargaining power. They're like, yeah, we created a very successful series that got us awards, that put Netflix like on the map, even more so like back then. And they would have to do the same thing with the cast and the crew because they can negotiate for higher rates. And as I alluded to, Disney does not typically like to pay its people very well, like the creatives and everything like that. They want to get things cheaper. So as much as I would love for the original team and everything to come back, I don't think they will.
Yeah, I mean, I think as far as we've got so far, they just brought back the Daredevil stunt coordinators for the show.
Yeah.
This new one, which is like kind of wild. Like why not have them in the first place? But
yeah.
Yeah, and like the writers, they got the Punisher writer this time around, which I guess to be fair, it's season 1, so there's that.
Yeah, there's that. To be honest, if Marvel Studios do not want to do Moon Knight, don't want to just do Moon Knight on their own. We're supposed to have Netflix Moon Knight.
Yeah, that was a thing.
They know Marvel knows for a fact if there is one thing they cannot screw up, it's Daredevil, because they're going to be compared to that series whether they like it or not. Because like
yeah, and another thing I wanted to mention about Daredevil, because like I don't have a slide for Daredevil since it's still in production right now, but like one of my main things is like they did film like a few episodes worth of content, which was supposed to be an 18-episode show. Until they decided to scrap it completely and just rework it entirely from ground up. Which, I mean, on the one hand, like I can appreciate like okay, this isn't working out, so let's just like take it back and try again.
Episodes,
which they're cutting down from 18 to 13, which is much more reasonable. I think 18 is too many episodes for a Daredevil show or any superhero season, in my opinion, but that's just me. But yeah, it's like 13 episodes. It's reworked. I mean, they recasted Vanessa Fisk which I don't know if that's still gonna happen now, especially now that we just got confirmation that Foggy and Karen are returning, and now
Yeah,
Bullseye.
because
Which the
So-
because didn't the spoilers for that show say that they died off screen
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something?
yeah,
That was
So
weird.
disrespectful. Like what? Like come on. So,
I don't know how they thought that would like fly
I mean-
with the audience.
because
yeah.
they were really good in that series, especially like Karen and not the actor who plays Karen.
Deborah Ann Wolf.
Deborah Ann Wolf. Yeah, she's awesome. Like she's really good in that
Yeah,
role.
and she's always positive about the franchise. Like whenever she's at Comic Cons and stuff like that. Obviously for obvious reasons, but like
Yeah,
I mean, it's an infectious attitude about the show and all that.
yeah, it's
Being a part of that. But especially like killing Foggy too. It's like, I mean, Karen is like obviously like, if you consider the comics, then yeah, I can understand where the discussion could arise on like if Karen were to die somewhere. Which I think season 3 does a good job like subverting that that moment. But yeah. But Foggy is like, come on, like, Foggy's his best friend. Like, let's not do that.
yeah.
I mean, imagine you just have like a Batman, and you're just like, okay, well, how do you guys start start a show?
Let's kill Alfred.
Let's kill Robin. Let's
Kill
kill
Robin.
God.
Oh yeah. Kill Dick Grayson. Yeah, that would be a great idea. Surely no franchise has ever done that before.
And really, I think also my hesitation towards Daredevil is that they're trying to do Born Again, and it's like, look, Born Again, yes, it's probably the best Daredevil story ever written.
It's also in season 3.
It's also in season 3, and I'm just like, why would you? Why you're inviting yourselves to even more comparisons with that?
Yeah, that's like a nasty one, and I hope they do change the subtitle because like, I understand it's like but like the Daredevil seasons didn't have numbers like that; they were just numbered season 1, 2, and 3. So it's like if we call this Born Again, who's gonna really know outside comic fans? Like I understand that.
I was like,
but what's wrong with Man Without Fear?
Yeah,
just like something simple like that.
Yeah,
and plus like that is pretty good because like at the end of the last episode of season 3, that was like one of the main quotes he says about the Man Without Fear. So it's like that can be a very good transition to season 4 or whatever this is going to be as the Man Without Fear.
Dude, I'll literally take the title Daredevil. The Daredevil.
The Daredevil.
The Daredevil.
Yeah. The Daredevil.
The Daredevil.
The Daredevil. I'll literally just take that.
Dares.
Yeah.
There. Yeah. Like Daredevil, like they have to get that right. Like there's no like that's why they're doing like all the stuff. And I honestly this is in my personal opinion, but I think the reason why they brought back the original actors and the stunt coordinators is that they know for a fact with Daredevil they cannot get away with a lot of the stuff they were doing with Disney Plus because that show is going to be forever hanging over their heads. And really, if I was advising Feige or whoever, I'd be like, you should go one step further and not do the Born Again storyline. Just season 3 did it. Unless you can do it somehow better than that season, which I'm going to press X to doubt.
Yeah, I was like, oh my lord, that is literally I think it's the best thing about Marvel TV show and movies.
Like I think something that could have been interesting for like a Daredevil show is instead of setting it in Hell's Kitchen, put it in like San Francisco, California.
That's what I was saying. You don't have to kill Karen for that. Just like keep him detached and put him in San Francisco. Like that. Like at least bring Foggy. Like I don't understand because that's what they do in the comics as well. Like, and again, I also don't mind if they went for a less jaded version of Matt because obviously, like at the end of season 3, like he is not like he's of course he's a jaded guy. Like I'm not taking that away from him, but he's probably going to be less so now, and I think that's fine. If they wanted to go with the Mark Waid type of Daredevil, I feel like they could have done that, and that could have been like a natural progression for his character as well. But yeah, I mean, and I think like Mark Waid has some good stuff in there as well, especially since they were talking about the other love interest. What was her name?
Oh, the lawyer
Um.
from Wade's Run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, she wasn't bad. Yeah, Kristen McDuffie, right?
Yeah,
Kristen McDuffie.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't think she's gonna be in the show anymore. That's the thing.
And right now, like she was cast for the show, and now after this retooling, we like apparently the actress who was cast for her, she like all of her posts about Daredevil is like gone from her Instagram. That used to be there.
By the way, that's
So
what happened.
it's
That's
kind of
also what.
unfortunate though, as well.
Yeah, that's also what happened to the what the fuck the Echo showrunner for Better Call Saul. She basically deleted the fact that she posted she's running Echo.
Yeah. Also, the Vanessa Fisk actress, the new ones, she also deleted all of her Daredevil related posts on Instagram as well.
Yeah, they should have.
So yeah, it's just
Yeah.
kind of unfortunate because like I understand the appeal. Like that's kind of the other thing is like when you just remember everybody's like a human and all that. Where it's like yeah, like I understand the appeal of like reworking a show to try to make it better, and I do commend it for that. But like at the same time, it is unfortunate for some people that might lose out on opportunities. Especially since like they started making something, they started doing something, and then it's just cut out, and like that's like all that time and money, and it's just gone and not going to be rewarded for possibly.
Yeah,
And
it reminds
it
me
is
of Tassim
unfortunate
2.
when that happens.
Yeah. Do you remember with Tassim 2 with them supposedly casting Shailene Woodley as MJ, and because they got
cut,
and they got so much back, and they got backlash for it because like a set photo leaked of her, and it like they just rewrote her out of the movie because of that, because of the fan backlash.
Yeah,
that's why.
Jesus,
that's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I don't get it. It's like, how the fuck do you film 4 episodes already and you only discover it now? Did you check the scripts? Dude,
that too. It's like how you shot like that, and it's you figure that out. Like, yeah, this isn't working, and it's kind of weird too because like TV show filming does not work like that. Like, you don't film episode by episode. You film like what's easy, and then get to the hard stuff like down the line.
Yep.
So it's like that could be so sporadic. Like like maybe I filmed something for episode 9 now, and then the next scene I film is for episode 3, and then because like that's just kind of like how filming works. It's like. Well, like what they said is like they've done at least like 4 to 6 episodes worth of content filmed, and then they realized that it's not working, which still kind of curious for me because like again, it was originally supposed to be 18 episodes, and you came to this conclusion after like about 4 to 6 episodes of filming, which is like a fraction of like 18 episodes. So I don't know. It's like I would have to kind of see what it was like, at least in the final product, of course. But yeah, that's just like I find that curious. Is all.
Yeah.
Muse is an interesting villain to use as well. I'm pretty happy about that as well.
I mean, I'm fine with them using Banksy. It's like,
like
Unity keeps calling Muse Banksy.
Yeah, because I know like Marvel in particular, like because as we said, with the Marvels just having bombed, with all their projects just not doing well. They're really trying to like retool stuff because apparently there's like a rumor that like Sony and Marvel are like fighting over Spider-Man 4 and like what direction to take. Like supposedly Sony, rumor has it, take it with a grain of salt, that they want to do a more multiverse storyline again where they bring back Andrew and Toby, whereas like Marvel wants to do a more grounded approach. And look, I'm leaning towards the grounded approach.
Yeah, like, the only part of that news I believe is Tom Holland wanting it to be grounded. I don't believe Feige wants it to be grounded.
Yeah, which makes sense. Like,
yeah,
I was like
Feige's the same guy who wanted the DBZ Super Skull fight. Yeah, I'm not buying that.
I literally quote that in my Secret Invasion video, just like, okay, Feige literally changed the ending. I was like, oh my lord.
Like, here's a very simple premise for like a Spider-Man 4 that I think would work really well. And you don't even need to use the Kingpin. Just have it be a gang war between like Hammerhead or like Tombstone or Silvermane or whoever you want to use. And it's like Peter Parker in college and he has to deal with a gang war with like weapons and stuff like that. And you can really play on the fact that this is new territory for him because the MCU Spider-Man is always used to like fighting like the big Avengers level threats. I mean, outside of like Vulture and stuff. So it's like, It's like a new him, new person, and you know, don't have any. You don't even need to make any connections to the MCU. You don't even need to reference it. Just have that as the premise with like him going to college and like his social circle. Maybe introduce Harry Osborn. Maybe not. Maybe Felicia. You don't even need to do Black Cat. Just go with that.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I'm
my other
fine.
thing, go ahead.
Yeah, but it's like it's quite simple. It's like, dude, I literally like, accept the fact that okay, Peter Parker goes to college. He can't deal with college, and now he's a new villain called fuck it. He is called Norman Osborn. He wants to kill the entire college, and Peter Parker stops it. I literally just accept that. Then what the fuck they will come up with? The multiverse.
Okay. So that was the point. Okay, I was like, damn, you wanted that? It's like, okay, it's gonna be better than. Okay, that makes more sense.
Or better, use a villain like Chameleon. Like we've never seen the Chameleon in live action, and I think the Chameleon
technically he's in Far From Home.
He's in Far From
technically,
Home.
But
yeah.
Oh yeah. But like, still, you could do stuff. It would be something different. Like,
I'm gonna bring back Michael Mando's Scorpion.
Michael Mando.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Yeah. You could maybe tie the with him.
Yeah. And like I'm so tired of like this whole like that other rumor was like we want Spider-Man 4 to be like the street level version of Civil War. You're gonna have Kate Bishop, Daredevil, Moon Knight, or Echo, and like all these other like street like it sounds so ridiculous. Like
just keep it simple.
Why can't we have a Spider-Man movie?
Just keep it simple. That's all these films need to do. Just keep
and then like
it simple.
Yeah, and like my last point is like I so much prefer Spider-Man to cameo in other projects than people cameoing in Spider-Man projects. Like, if you have a Daredevil show, if you put Spider-Man in the Daredevil show, I would prefer that way more than Daredevil in the Spider-Man show or movie or whatever. I don't know. It's like it's just kind of like my thing. Like especially like with a lot of comics as well. It's like some comics you have like these solo issues about something, and then Spider-Man shows up. Spider-Man showing up used to be like a cool thing. In terms of like him, like, oh damn, like Spider-Man is here. That's cool.
Sorry to cut you off, but like, one thing you could do is you could use it to cameo smaller characters like Cloak and Dagger, for example.
They
have a good show.
Yeah, that's a great show. Yeah,
If you're gonna do a gang war with Spider-Man, they should reintroduce the Punisher.
Yeah, it's also because
it's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, they should just. I mean, I'm fine with just reintroducing like Cloak and Dagger, even though I think they become a bit too OP now. So, geez.
Yeah, well, yeah, like you could tease them in like a cameo and stuff. You don't have them to play like a significant role or something like that. But it's like, yeah, the Spider-Man 4 needs to be very simple. It should be a very straightforward story. It should be a grounded story. Yeah, that's a decent idea.
Spider-Man double team Kingpin, have
Shocker as a henchman.
That can have a double-edged sword because, look, the big criticism I've seen from people with MCU Spider-Man is that you had Iron Man and all these existing characters around him, and he never really was like the Spider-Man that people wanted him to be, which is like kind of a loner by himself. Yeah, he'll team up, but like it's just his adventures. So like I'm not against Daredevil coming in, but like if you're gonna do that kind of team up movie, you're gonna have to do something really cool and unique with that. Like maybe Matt and Peter can both learn from each other in the sense of like Matt is used to dealing with street level threats. Maybe he introduces Peter on like a way to handle street level enemies and how to think differently. Because, like, for example, there's a really great Ultimate Spider-Man issue where he has to fight the Kingpin, and the Kingpin is protected because Wilson Fisk, like, no one knows that he's the Kingpin and stuff. So, like, he has to learn a valuable lesson where, like, there are just some bad people out there who are protected by the law, and thus, rather than doing the direct approach, he has to learn to do it indirectly, gathering evidence, undercutting Wilson Fisk's organization, toppling his dominoes one thing at a time before getting and gathering enough evidence to go after him. And you can have Daredevil teach him that lesson.
Yeah, Kingpin, man. To be honest, also by the way, if they're gonna have Kingpin in Spider-Man, we have to make sure that we don't have to do homework to understand Kingpin again.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like one of the big thing about Echo is like Echo has like episode 1, like maybe like a third of it was like flashbacks of Hawkeye content from Echo.
What the fuck? I was like, oh my! I mean, and the fact that they
And it's
cut
like,
up,
yeah,
they cut out the most substantive part of those scenes is insane. I was like, okay, here's the classroom scene. I was like, okay, are you gonna show the fact that she can read lips? It's like, oh no. What about the scene that supposed to like the fight scenes? Like, do you know what's the most important part? Is the fact that her dad told her you gotta rely on speed instead of strength, and they just cut that part out. It was like, wait, what the fuck? We cut that? That's that.
I just
also the
find
other
it,
thing is like I wonder if it's because this is the first time they do the Spotlight thing, and it's on Hulu because Spotlight is now going to be for rated R content, quote unquote. We have to still wait and see if that's how accurate that's going to be, but like, yeah, I'm just wondering if they did these like this montage heavy cutting kind of thing for Echo for the sake of the Hulu fans who probably haven't seen a Disney Plus show, which is like, again, I don't understand. This is always going to be like a very tough discussion in general. Like, it's always going to be a topic of debate. It's like assuming your audience has seen the previous product or not, whether you should account for that or not. I don't. I can see the pros and cons to both sides.
There are clever ways you can do it, and I actually think a really good example of that is actually in the first Avengers movie. There's a really great scene between Coulson and Thor. This is like after like Loki's captured and everything, and it's a great scene because we know that they were in that film. But like, if you hadn't seen Thor 1, Whedon very cleverly recaps Thor's arc that he had in that movie, and it's all framed in the context of like how much he's changed and why he feels so determined to go after Loki and stuff like that, which we know that, the last time he saw Loki was Thor 1, and he saw him seemingly die, like fall to his death. So it's like there are ways you could do it. It just takes a really good writer to be able to mask like exposition into like character, like revealing about character.
That's oh though she can't even reply without interpreter.
Like I haven't seen Echo, so like I won't necessarily comment on the show itself, but just I kind of find it really sad that they had to change her powers from the comic books, because like being a taskmaster, like you could do a lot with that.
Especially when our taskmaster we have sucks. So
don't even get me started on Black. Film annoyed me with Taskmaster. I'm like,
we'll get to her. But yeah, I think we've kind of like went a very good discussion. I'm not denying that.
Yeah,
we can. Let's kind of continue on with some of the other MCU products that this book that we've mentioned before, The Reign of the Marvel Studios, which pretty much has like a collection of a lot of the productions behind the scenes stuff, and just like I just want to kind of take use of because I paid for the book, I might as well relay some of the facts before I find it as a waste. But yeah, that's we'll kind of go through it. Op and I are gonna like switch off in terms of like some of the facts, and then we can kind of react here and there based on what was shared from the book. Sure, if that's all right with everybody. Sure. So yeah, we'll start off with a simple one like Iron Man 1. As I mentioned like before the pod, is like I think one of the key things like a lot of people, like some people think is like, oh, phase 1 was like great. There was no problems or anything like that, but it's really not true. Like there was some problems here. Like of course, like as we talked about, Iron Man 1's case wasn't even planning to be a franchise at all. All they needed to do is just make sure it was a good movie, so that they can keep Marvel Entertainment. Otherwise, they'd lose those rights to do those kind of movies forever. So yeah, it was one of the biggest gambles that paid off. ironically, as Iron Man gambled in the movie. Yeah. So you got things like the Nick Fury scene was added. That was like kind of meant to be like a throwaway reference. Apparently, the original dialogue for that throwaway reference was written by Brian Michael Bendis for Fury's MCU introduction. It was cut because it referenced like the much larger world, like spider powers and mutants, stuff like that. But yeah, they didn't have the rights to adapt that stuff. And Feige realized that he needed to capitalize on teases when he saw a sidebar in Entertainment Weekly breaking down who Nick Fury was for non-comic fans. So yeah, that was I had no idea Brian Michael Bendis was trying to write a Nick Fury scene.
I mean, I saw the alternative scene, like reference like mutants and stuff. But
Yeah,
like I
reference
didn't
X-Men
know.
and Spider-Man.
Yeah, so but I was like, I just don't know that that's how it happened. So that was interesting.
Yeah. I actually liked what they picked with the Avengers Initiative because, like, I remember, man, it feels like forever because I was in high school when Iron Man 1 came out. That when I saw that in the theaters, because like it was me and a bunch of friends at the time, and I was like the comic book guy, and like my friends didn't know anything. As soon as they saw Nick Fury, like my jaw dropped, and they're like the Avenger Initiative. I started cheering. I'm like, yes! And they're like, what?
Yeah,
And they're like, the Avengers is coming. Like, you're not ready.
The MCU has definitely popularized post-credit scenes, but I do think post-credit scenes have been a thing. I think X-Men 3 had one.
I mean, there's a lot of post-credit scenes.
Yeah, there's a lot of post-credit scenes before, but yeah, the MCU definitely popularized the thing. And I did want to mention that, as you said, Bia, that one of the things about the Avengers 1 tease is like it is like a comic reference, of course, and then obviously like the Avengers Initiative and stuff like that. But it's like at the same time, it's like it's small, simple, and it like it gives some hype for a future product. But there's like a lot of like credit scenes like nowadays where they kind of like lose that, and like now it's like, I mean, nowadays people are just watching a movie just to see what the credit scene is. It's like I feel like that magic is gone now.
They're just scenes that you could have technically added within the movie where they make no sense. Like Multiverse of Madness is a really good example. Like, end of the movie, Steven gets the eye, and then post credit, he just walks like nothing happened. And then Clea shows up for no reason.
Close up on his face. Oh, he's fine.
Yeah, he's like,
yeah,
just for like, I just want to fight stuff. Oh, okay.
When we really should, it should, like Iron Man 1, I think for me, like that film is really where I think Marvel should go back to, in the sense of it's a very simple, grounded story. Like it's very much character driven. There's not that many moving pieces. It very much was just focused on beginning, middle, end, and like getting Tony Stark closer and just telling a really good like rebirth/redemption storyline. And it's like I think that simplicity is what really propelled it. And really also just the writing. It's just really, really good writing. I mean, Robert Downey Jr., and it's a bit of a cliche to say this, he was born to play Tony Stark. Like,
yeah. And then you hear like names like Timothy Olyphant and Tom Cruise and Sam Rockwell and Clive Owen for the considerations. Like, damn, what could have been? And then, I mean, obviously Robert Downey Jr. is definitely born to play the role. And now recently nominated for Best Supporting Actor for Oppenheimer. So he's doing really well now.
Yeah, he was good in Oppenheimer.
Yeah, Fat Supreme. Yeah, I do agree. Iron Man being a genie in a bottle, it's kind of hard to go back to that.
Yeah, especially the fact that movie is just like it's the biggest gamble of their life, literally. I mean, now that to be honest, I think now they are gonna have that gamble of their life again.
Yeah.
Well, it's also too like that film also has a lot of really nice practical effects. Like I know Stan Lee in particular, his production house worked on the Iron Man armor, And it's like you can clearly see as the movies went on, like the Iron Man armor became more and more of a CGI effect because Downey Jr. didn't want to get into the suit, which okay, fair enough, but like it really makes a difference. That's why like the Iron Man 1 armor is still my favorite armor in all the MCU films, particularly the Mark II. Like after he perfects the armor and stuff, that color scheme because they blended
the fight.
Yeah.
Because
they blended CGI and practicals so well. It's like
another fact they mentioned is that the Mandarin was in the original secret third act villain of Iron Man, but it was cut because after X-Men 3 and Spider-Man 3's criticisms for having too many villains, he was cut out for that. The final scene was written for the film, like Stark tricking Obadiah into icing his armor. It was turned in minutes before the 2007 strike, the Writers Guild strike. That final explosion was so large that it fried 180 K's worth of lights and drew the attention of the LAPD.
Man.
So,
wow.
So that third act was pretty much written just before the strike happened in 2007.
Didn't know that.
Which is kind of like, I guess like it kind of makes sense because like the third act is kind of like the most rushed part of the story.
Yeah,
easily.
The final battle, easily. But yeah. But it is nice too because like the icing the armor is like a throwback, like a callback to like what Iron Man did when he first tried the suit and trying to go up there towards space, and like his ice was like the suit was like freezing over. So yeah, let me do that with Obadiah, which probably didn't account for that.
Yeah,
and he didn't. Yeah,
Iron Man
it was nice.
Yeah, my bad.
I was done.
Yeah, Iron Man 1, I often cite to like prospective writers, is a really good example of how to use setup and payoff really well. Because, like, for example, the arc reactor, like the arc reactor he uses from like Pepper Pot. When he gets his new arc reactor, he wants to throw his old one away, but Pepper's like, no, like it's a part of who you are. It represents your change, how you've become a different person. And it's very fitting that like Obadiah Stane takes that new one and he's stuck with that older one, which the older one like can't generate that much power. Thus, you have like a certain limitation with like Iron Man's armor, and that he can't pull as much energy out from his armor when battling against Stane. So there's a bit of a tension between that as well. And then you have like the whole ice setup, which is paid off, but it still doesn't defeat him because the armor systems, because like Stane's armor is just like that, and thus he has to resort to using the giant arc reactor, which something that I think is very underrated. And I have to give a shout out to Jedi Brooks for pointing this out. Is that everyone points to the scene where like Stark gives up his points the nuclear missile from like Avengers 1 as like a self-sacrificing moment. People don't do that for when he does that with the arc reactor and when he asks Pepper to push the button, because there was no guarantee that Stark would have lived from that explosion.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Obviously, like I think, like in the context for like Steve saying that line, because obviously, like the whole point is like they're both wrong when they're both arguing about it.
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
You're like this, no, you're like that, and it's like like the whole point of that scene was like they're both wrong, and like like with the missile, like showing like, oh, this is like the Steve, he is the guy who can do the sacrifice to play, which is like, of course, Steve would not know that from what happened back in Iron Man 1. To be fair, but but of course, like I do understand, like when fans like just forget about Iron Man 1 and what happened there, it's like, that's not really fair on Iron Man's part.
Yeah, I recently rewatched this film and it's still a banger.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, and especially when you like just keep in mind like there was a lot of production like issues like in terms of this film, but it still managed to be like a good product out of the end, and a lot of that is credit to the the brilliant improvisation from Robert Downey Jr. and Obadiah Stane. Jeff Bridges, my God,
and also Favreau's direction.
Yeah,
Favreau's direction as well.
Which is fun. To be honest, it's kind of funny. It's like if you really think about it. Also Tony Stark, also Robert Downey Jr. is the one who just came out with the line, "I am Iron Man." It's like, oh,
Yeah,
that.
because originally he was supposed to just read the card and like keep a secret identity and all that, but then like then Robert was like looking at it. It's like that's a lot of words. I am Iron Man. So
which is great because it fits the character, and also it's a nice little cameo joke because like in the original comics, like Tony Stark, like Iron Man and identity was kept secret, and it's like the justification was that Iron Man in the comics was like Tony Stark's bodyguard.
right.
So it's like that's really
in the movie.
It's really funny to see like John Favreau be like, yeah, we're just like, and Downey Jr. just throw that out the window because I'm like, that's a very Stark moment. He would do that.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like I'm not like the part I'm not a fan of is like how it gives everybody else to not have secret identities.
Oh yeah, agreed.
That's the only part, but like I'm not gonna fault Iron Man for that because like Iron Man made sense to do that.
It's also because there's a lot of superheroes beforehand, just secret identity, and now we got a superheroes that's public. So like, this is actually a fresh thing for people.
Yeah,
that too.
Yeah, it fits Downey Jr. and it fits the character.
Oh. Yeah, Fat, I appreciate your comments. Yeah, the show was very disappointing, and yeah, they made it seem like the terrorists were good guys. We're definitely going to talk about Falcon and the Winter Soldier as well down the line.
Yeah,
but thank you for your comment.
That's true.
Iron Man is definitely a treasure to behold. It leads us to the Incredible Hulk, which just as a reminder, like the Incredible Hulk was made coincidentally with Iron Man in the hopes, like if Iron Man was to fail, then the Hulk would hopefully boost it up. Like so, basically, they were both made so like in the hopes that like one of them would do well. But it's just funny that Iron Man was the one and Hulk was the one that wasn't good. It's not as bad as people say, but it's still not very good.
Not very good.
Yeah. So two things here. Early drafts featured Rick Jones as Banner's companion, but Edward Norton, the original cast for Bruce Banner, disliked the character, so he wrote him out. And yeah, I did not know Norton had that much power.
Oh yeah, there's a reason why
he had power.
It was pretty big though.
Crazy to think about.
There's a lot of production issues with that movie. I know.
Oh yeah, some of them are like very obvious. Like like the scene where Hulk was supposed to shoot himself in the mouth, and then that's where the cap shield was. Like that deleted scene. That was supposed to be the opening scene of the movie, but nobody liked it.
Some reason. Yeah. It's such a weird case. It's like Rick Jones, like for I don't know, man. To be honest, they can't even deal with their own characters. It's like I don't know.
I mean, Rick Jones is obviously like he was like your everyman character in Marvel Comics. Because like he's like that human companion that kind of like interacts with all the other heroes. A bit of a self-insert in that kind of sense until they give him the A-bomb power as well.
Yeah, or like, Captain Marvel.
Rick Jones is definitely like a really well-liked character. And it's just unfortunate that like Rick Jones has never been adapted. With Ang Lee's Hulk, with this. Yeah, it's just unfortunate.
To be honest, I know the fact that Edward Norton and Kevin Feige has a very different feels about this movie. That's the thing, because Edward Norton wants it to be character study, and Kevin Feige wants it to be a action pack.
Yeah, I don't know if this is in the book, so I apologize if this was spoiling anything. But one of the things I learned, because like you remember how like Captain America 1, that opening scene, apparently Incredible Hulk was supposed to tie into that with like Hulk being in the Arctic and like him like smashing like the glacier was what led to that discovery that happening, but they cut that scene out.
Yeah. That was like And like that was also like for a just in case, like if they wanted to do a Captain America movie or not. Um, but yeah, that was one of their ideas. That was also mentioned in the book. And yeah, they a silly one, but like Tobey Maguire was supposed to cameo as Peter Parker, bumping into Banner at ESU, but Sony rejected that idea.
I mean, that could have been fun. If it
Yeah.
was done.
I mean, yeah, probably. To be honest, I'm just thinking about it. It's like, I mean, this is I guess this is what you said foreshadowing that Feige wasn't really that good of a creative.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, in this time period, Feige was an underling to mostly Ike Perlmutter.
And
But Feige and Ike Perlmutter disagreed a lot.
They hated each other.
They hated each other, and we'll actually be, like a lot of these points from these movies will kind of show you that as well as we keep going. But yeah, I mean, some of the other stuff is like kind of like well known. Is like Edward was not very well received on the set because there was so many problems here and there. We all kind of know that already. So yeah, that was just Mark Ruffalo was supposed to be Hulk. We knew that as well. So yeah, that's just some stuff about the Incredible Hulk. Iron Man 2, it was supposed to be a phase. They were supposed to do it in phase 2, but they wanted to capitalize on the success of Iron Man 1. So that's why it's right here.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
I can understand that as well.
Yeah, wasn't a big surprise though.
Yeah. I think like that. So the thing is, like, this one didn't really have a script either, but like the riffing for this one just did not hit like Iron Man 1.
Yeah, I know there's a I know that the production stuff should have also been mentioned in the book.
Yeah, I know Favreau had a lot of disagreements with like Disney and Marvel at the time because they made like significant changes, and it was to the point where like Favreau actually left Disney, and he eventually produced like stuff like Chef, just kind of like a rebuke, like a commentary almost on the film about the mainstream industry. And then eventually he reconciled with like Feige and stuff like that, and he was brought back into the fold. But like, there's a reason why he never directed another He didn't do the third one, was because of this one.
And now he's like Star Wars. So
yeah. I mean, I know the fact that this movie has a shortened production from 3 years to 2 years. So
that's a fact. Another thing is like Mickey Rourke, Whiplash. He had a lot of ideas for Whiplash, and they cut practically all of it. So yeah, he said, "I'd never want to work with Marvel ever again."
Yeah. Oh yeah, that I know that because I followed that. I was like, Mickey Rourke was like, oh my lord, I hate Mickey Rourke actually wants to do something complicated, and they
Yes, Black Widow looked really good in this movie.
Yes,
they did.
Which is a shame because Mickey Rourke's a really good actor. I recently rewatched The Wrestler, and he's like really good in that. And I'm just like, you could have done a lot with Whiplash as a character because like because I'll say this, his initial introduction, like the whole sequence at the racing ring, that's actually low key like pretty good, like intimidating.
Actually,
and the suit up, of course, the suit up is iconic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
it's my favorite. It's probably my favorite suit up, honestly, with how rustic and like how rustic it looks. Like, yeah.
Like an idea. I mean, actually, the scene that showed me potential is the first scene. It was like, oh, his like father dying, and Tony Stark apparently robbed all his what's it called? Rob all his, steal all his successes, and just his son just gotta have revenge. I was like, that's an interesting idea, and they just dropped it. Just like, actually, his father is evil. He said wasn't for Nazis.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
Yeah. The interesting fact that I got from this one is Jon Favreau planned to adapt Demon in a Bottle, which is a very iconic Iron Man comic involving his alcoholism, but the studio believed it was too dark and replaced it with Stark's palladium poisoning instead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually okay with this.
Yeah, I can understand changing that. And then obviously they do have like the drunk Iron Man moment in the film
the
during the party scene
drunk at the party.
and this fight with War Machine.
This idea.
One of the things that was supposed to be there was he was supposed to get in a drunken rage and hit Pepper across the face.
Good Lord, no.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I
That
mean,
was in the original script.
To be honest, what they presented on screen was already bad enough. I was like, okay, Tony would not do any of those, even if he's drunk. Yeah, I love drunk friends. Like Jesus Christ, what the fuck? How many balls do you have?
Operation. I don't know if you were saying something.
Hmm?
I think you were saying something.
No, just about what you were saying. That they had like remnants kind of demon in the bottle with him being
That's true.
Yeah, I actually like the palladium poisoning because it's like a natural extension from Iron Man 1, where it's like it's very ironic. The technology that is giving him life is also taking life from him. It's like,
yeah. I mean, I would have liked Demon in a Bottle because, like, obviously, like in the sense, like, you know, that was one of his big flaws was like he was a massive drunkard in the comics. But like at the same time, it's like it doesn't really achieve too much of a difference with what they ended up with, anyways. Plus, like, they don't really go into that in the first Iron Man movie either. So it's like it would be kind of weird to put that into the second movie as well. So that's kind of like I can understand like not going for that idea. And then the only other one is like Iron Man was supposed to have sex with Black Widow, but that was cut.
Yeah, good choice.
Good choice.
I mean, to be fair, hear me out. So
okay, fine, fair.
Yeah. I'll also say this: Justin Hammer in that movie. Sam Rockwell's Justin Hammer is amazing.
Yeah,
he was almost Iron Man, which is funny
to
think about.
I mean, he's the best character of that movie. I'll say that.
You can tell Sam Rockwell was having so much fun in the role.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I don't speak Russian.
To be honest, the entire time I was like, "Get a translator, dipshit."
Honestly, it's also charming. Like, you know, like in the opening scene for like Iron Man, it's like all the women are dancing for his press conference, and then like when it's like Justin's turn, like he has to do it himself, which is like funnier.
Yeah. It's like dancing like nobody's watching. I was like, oh my god, this guy's a chat.
Out of all, they really should have brought him back.
Yeah. Armor Wars, allegedly.
Yeah, they're that. Yeah, he's dead.
Ah, man. Yeah. So that leads us to Thor 2011. The only interesting thing I really found out of it was like early drafts featured Thor's human alter ego, Dr. Donald Blake, his brother Balder the Brave, Loki's lover Amora, and Sif and Heimdall were supposed to be siblings.
Yeah,
I mean the latter, not a fan.
I mean,
they kind of can't do that.
Yeah,
I guess because I get it because they have a juggle. They can't juggle too much characters. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with cutting out Amora as well. Though they never get to do Enchantress at all, so that's.
They could have set up Balder in the second film.
Balder is like the problem is like now Loki season 2 references Balder, saying like how nobody knows him, like he's not a thing. So it's like, oh damn, so Balder isn't a thing in the quote unquote 616 universe. Yeah. So that's kind of odd. I'd rather you just don't acknowledge Balder the Brave at that point.
Yeah.
But now you're telling me he existed, but nobody cares about him. So
to be honest, I guess this is so stupid.
Yeah. I have a soft spot for the first Thor film because I rewatched it.
I love the first Thor film.
Oh yeah, same. I think it's underrated as hell.
It's the best Thor film, and one of the reasons is because they borrow from J. Michael Straczynski's run on Thor, which is like my favorite run of Thor. It's like if you want to get like a good Thor run, like read J. Michael Straczynski's run on Thor, because the thing I also really like too is just Kenneth Branagh. Like that you can clearly tell that Shakespearean stuff really works for Thor because it's like the scene with with Odin casting Thor out. It's like some of the best acting in the entire MCU, especially from Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah.
So technically, yes and no, because like they're using the Sylvie Lushan version of Enchantress in terms of name, but it's only in name only. They're basically an amalgamation of Lady Loki and Enchantress, and just calling her Sylvie.
They did do
Yeah,
like
but
pitch like
it's not
enchants
really
people. That's
Enchantress.
about it. Yeah.
Yes, it's so weird. It's so weird.
Yeah, and like honestly, like Thor 1, like you just feel the presence of like this like you feel the presence of gods like here. Whereas like in the other films, like you just kind of lose that charm, and not in the sense like where like Thor interacting with humans, so it's gonna make him a little more human down the line. I understand that part, but like that's kind of like future Thor projects and why those don't work.
I mean,
But yeah,
the
it's
only
like
it's like there's a lot of missing characters. I mean, people I get it's like people just do not like the too much Dutch angles, and Darcy's annoying. It's like
they really should like Jane Foster. Like, okay, I get changing her from like the comics to like a scientist was fine. It's not like that big of a deal, but like I honestly wish that they could have just had more of the Warriors 3 and like build the romance between like Thor and Sif, because like I think that could have been more interesting than Jane Foster.
Yeah, it's that's a thing. Still enjoying the movie.
The other thing is like Marvel was like completely doubting to do Thor at all because they think it would be too weird for the MCU,
which is ironic.
Which is like, or like people will not understand it, which is like that was kind of like the other thing.
They're gods. What's they don't understand?
Yeah, you guys are stupid.
So yeah, that was Thor. First Avenger. Obviously, there's like a lot of other casting choices that were considered before it went to Chris Evans. So everybody knows that. The one that I found interesting was like it was originally planned to be set in modern day entirely. Yeah, and like the idea was like the Hulk bashing the glacier, as you mentioned earlier. That was like where Captain America would come from, and like you just kind of focus on that part, and then like, he might reference the past, but like that's about it. It was just supposed to be set entirely in the modern day.
No.
Which I don't really like that. I prefer.
Neither do I. Yes.
I prefer the World War II aspect.
I like the World War II aspect. It's more charming that way.
Yeah. Yeah. This.
Yeah, I like seeing the story.
Yeah.
The movie it's good enough, I'll say, because I've watched it like twice. The second time, it's good enough. There's some really bad plot armor. It's like,
yeah. Yeah, this was always my favorite of the Phase 1 films, like this and like Thor 1, if we're excluding like Avengers. Because like something that I think is very well written is the romance between Steve and Peggy Carter. Like
Captain America on the Iraq. I guess. Maybe.
Yes. But yeah, no, Joe Johnston was a really good choice for this film. Like his aesthetic with like the Rocketeer with like a superhero film, which to be fair, the Rocketeer was a superhero film, but like this being set in like World War II, like perfect pairing. And like I'll also say this Alan Silvestri soundtrack for this movie is actually very underrated.
Oh yeah.
Usually.
The Captain America theme. Like
yeah.
Yeah, it's really good.
USA.
I honestly prefer it more. I honestly prefer this more than the Avengers, even though the Avengers is very iconic as well, and it's memed a lot though.
Yeah,
but yeah. I'm not faulting that movie. It's just like but yeah, I really love this music.
Yeah, same.
Also, Tommy Lee Jones is great in this film. He's just
yeah, he is.
Obviously, Agent Carter gets a spin-off show, but that's actually a conversation for later.
Yeah, that's
That was interesting.
I've seen the entire show, so don't worry.
I have as well. And yeah, that was First Avenger and the Avengers. Now this one has a lot of interesting things actually. The original script was supposed to feature S.h.i.e.L.D. assembling the Avengers to fight Hulk, who was brainwashed by Loki, before they joined forces to defend the Earth from Loki and the Frost Giants. So that was
that might be similar. That might be based off of the first
the
Ultimates comic, because a
Yeah.
lot of it, they took a lot of inspiration from the Ultimates, and yeah, that also had them having to fight Hulk going on a rampage. Let's just say it's for different reasons in the comic.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, they still implemented part of that with like the helicarrier sequence
Mhm.
with like Hulk going on a rampage.
Yeah.
But like obviously wasn't as significant as what this fact is saying, that they were just assembling the Avengers to fight the Hulk, which
Mhm.
I'll be honest, I actually like what the movie picked because it was a much simpler, quicker way to get the Avengers assembled.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Thor was supposed to revive Tony with a lightning bolt after he fell from the wormhole. Mark Ruffalo ad-libbed the roar that caught Robert Downey Jr. by surprise, and they decided to keep that instead. The Thor revival method was used for Avengers Endgame when he had the cardiac arrest during that skirmish. I still kind of question the schematics of that in general, because like summoning a lightning bolt is like, I get he's the god of thunder, but like, how do you reduce the amount of lightning power to give to a human that won't kill the human? That's my only question. But
a bolt of lightning is like an ampere, which will kill you.
Yeah.
Like, do they not know that lightning, the surface of the temperature of lightning apparently is like 5 times hotter than the surface of the sun? So I'm just like,
yeah.
The Hulk destruction was awesome. Yeah, definitely. It's the best Hulk.
Oh yeah.
Because Whedon likes the Hulk. It's his favorite character, actually.
Yeah. Speaking of Whedon chose the Chitauri because he didn't want an alien army with a complicated baggage like the Kree or Skrulls. Whedon only intended Thanos to be a quick bit of fan service, and Marvel approved the cameo without any thought or planning on how that would shape the MCU.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
And I do think having the Chitauri instead of Frost Giants, as mentioned before, or like Kree and Skrulls, that's a lot easier to just keep it more simple on the Avengers. The Chitauri are like D-list, so you're not really that pressed on them and who like their context in the Marvel universe and all that. So
yeah,
there's that.
That's fair. Yeah, also it's like they're just mindless killing machines, so it's like you just don't really need to care about developing them. You just need to develop Loki. That's it.
Yeah, no, it's
that's always been a bit of a question.
Yeah, because I know people give a lot of crap to Joss Whedon, and trust me, I have my issues with him personally, but like he's a good writer, and the thing that I really love is just like watching his commentary and stuff. Like the most difficult thing he said about this movie was getting the story structure down. He always says that is one of the most important things when constructing a screenplay or any story, is just get the structure and the sequence of events down. And it's like, that's why I say like the Avengers is a really good example to teach you how to do act structures, like how to break stories down with like large amounts of characters and get them assembled as quickly and effectively as possible. It's like,
or you can do it like Justice League 2017. Just do it.
That was bad, but like again, I don't fault Whedon so much for that. It's just
no, of course,
thrown in a really bad situation. But like, like him and like Zach Penn, like you can, like if you've ever read the Avengers screenplay, it's like one of the most fun screenplays like I've read. Like it reads so well, especially that shot with like the Avengers assembling. Like if you actually read that in the screenplay, like you can absolutely see why like the Avengers was going to be this mega hit, because that particular shot, like Whedon was very adamant in keeping, because like apparently Marvel wanted to cut the budget for the CGI effects for like the final battle in New York, But like Whedon is like, this is the promise of the premise. Like,
like one thing that the book also mentioned is like that was supposed to just be a keyframe, not like the circle shot around all six of them. That the iconic shot that is used everywhere. No, it's like that was supposed to just be a keyframe, nothing more.
Wow.
That would have been insane, really. But I respect Josh for keeping that because it's super iconic. Plus the theme by Adam Silvestri again.
Dun, 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 dun,
yeah, I just love that when like the camera spins, you see them surrounded, and Loki's like sending the rest.
Sending the rest,
I love.
Yeah, that was I mean, like this is a small fact, but it's pretty obvious. When Tom Hiddleston was cast as was like trying to go for Thor, he was picked for Loki instead, and one of the casting directors was like, we need you to be like the Magneto for this, for us basically with Loki.
Which is also like a big gamble because Tom Hiddleston isn't really a known actor at that point, a very known actor at that point, more like, and then he just got popular because of Loki.
Yeah.
This one kind of sets up our next arc within this phase, but basically there were conversations for the MCU to be brought to TV during the release of this film, but Marvel Studios was never a part of that conversation. So they have been talking about TV shows with the MCU stuff since the Avengers is the interesting part.
Does the book mention the fact that like Whedon originally wanted the original Avengers lineup, which included like Janet Van Dyne and Hank Pym as like
basically the only thing we got is Ike Perlmutter did not want Black Widow because he wanted 6 men on the team because girls can't sell toys. Yes, but he was hoping that Edgar Wright would get his shit together basically for the Ant-Man movie, but that never happened, which we will get to. That was basically what that was basically, but there was no mention about Janet and Hank because of the whole because they were still trying to figure that out with Edgar Wright, his film, but we'll get to that in phase 2. But that was like phase 1. Before I pass it off to Operation, I kind of wanted to go through some interesting facts about the TV shows. Runaways was supposed to be in phase 1, but it was canceled because they again didn't believe toys would be made of them. So there you go, Unity.
Fair. I don't blame that because it's not really a known brand. I mean, I watched the entire show and I don't see anyone talking about it.
The comic's better.
I don't think the show is bad. I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's fine. I mean, I like the character. Most of the characters. I like most of the characters. Just a lot of things, just plots. Okay, you drag on the parent stuff way too long. That's kind of my gripe.
I would be interested in a Lego set of them, but that's just my own personal opinion.
Yeah. I'm a fan of Nico Minoru. She's a good character from like the comics and stuff.
They kind of the different run for a character in the show. From what I heard.
Yeah.
Some other stuff from Marvel TV. Marvel Studios did not want Joss Whedon to make Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D. Marvel Studios was unwilling to let the show producers use any of the film's Asgardians for the crossover episode in season 1, episode 8. So what do you say, Unity?
They already have Jane Foster. Well, no, not Jane Foster. Lady Sif in season 1. So I don't know what the fuck are they even talking about?
Is that episode 8?
No, that's no.
Marvel was unwilling to let them use any. That's what it was basically saying.
Yeah, I don't know why episode 8. It's like, dude, it's like that episode's like, okay, I need to go back and run the episode counts. Jesus, just the episode is so it's like so low that I need to go back. What is that episode about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
While you do that, some other stuff. Most of the AOS team did not know Shield would be overthrown until an early screening of The Winter Soldier, which caught all of them off guard.
Yeah, I
So,
believe
yeah.
that.
That
Yeah.
Wow.
that
And
is
That's crazy.
somehow they managed to nail that.
That's crazy.
Yeah. That's crazy. Okay, let's see.
again the lack of communication. It's like this is why Marvel is like currently in the position that they're in. It's like s.h.i.e.L.D. is being like this guy wants to hold all the secrets and stuff, and it's like you just need to talk to your creatives. Like as you said, Red, like use NDAs, tell them these important events because like if you want like this believable shared cinematic universe where the things link together, it's like you got to be transparent with all the creatives, like all the ones, especially the writers, like what they need to do.
Yeah, so I think the important thing to kind of factor for this one, Marvel Studios and Marvel Television on the ABC side, they just completely hated each other in terms of
Yep.
like,
I can
yeah, like
believe that.
they just completely hated each other in terms of like, oh, we want to use the MCU stuff. We want to use these smaller characters like as Fat Supreme reference, like having low tier Marvel characters and all that. But then it's like, but we want to reference the MCU. We want to be connected to the MCU and that kind of stuff. But the MCU does not want to do anything with Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D. And then there's just like this that's basically the summary is just like uh they just like never could see eye to eye in terms of like what to do with the show in general, which is honestly kind of impressive with how much people like Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D.
Yeah, I
Especially
liked
with
it.
all of that behind the scenes like conflict with the big guys at the MCU.
It was
Found the episode. Okay, that's the aftermath of For the Dark World. It's like, which is, and the Lady Sif episode is episode 15. I was like, wait, what? Wait, how the fuck did you not get approval already? I was like, I just like one of those. I don't get it. Why do you not approve that episode, but you approve that episode?
Yeah, because that was just basically kind of like that was just something about that. Marvel Studios were very reluctant about the Nick Fury cameo in the show. I can believe that as well.
Yep, I believe that as well. There's two. He's not just two cameos. He's in 2 episodes. Like, Agent Carter.
Unfortunately, I did not get anything about Inhumans, but there is an interesting fact about Inhumans later in the video. So,
I think everyone knows that.
Yeah.
We'll just get to that.
The only thing I will say is that Agent Carter had barely any friction with Marvel Studios because it's set in the past. So,
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, you can tell with like Endgame and with because like Edwin Jarvis, like the actor, made a cameo.
Yeah.
That was nice.
So what's Agent Carter except for that? So
that was basically it. We just didn't really hate them. That was basically it.
What? Okay.
I actually really liked the first season of Agent Carter.
Yeah.
Same. And then season 2 is just bad shit. Crazy.
Okay. Fuck's sake, the Dark Dimension? What the fuck?
Yeah. Obviously, like I don't have Inhumans on here, but like Inhumans, like the fact that I like is just like Anson Mount had like hundreds of pages of like his own interpretive sign language for Black Bolt.
He could have been such a great Black Bolt. Like he had the presence. He gave a crap, and yet he was treated like garbage twice.
Yeah. God, to be honest, I take Inhumans that I love shit today.
Oh.
That's the other part. Inhumans might be better than a lot of the current MCU stuff.
And that was made by Scott Buck, who gave us Dexter's final season, which is really
Jesus. I mean, to be honest, I don't know. It's like Inhumans, like, oh my god, the film is actually really awesome. I'm just ashamed that every single one of the main characters are what's it called? And it's a slaver.
The Inhumans are the bad guys, and
yeah,
Ramsey Bolton is the good guy. But you can't do that because that's not accurate to the comics. So yeah.
Oh my God.
So Marvel Netflix is pretty interesting in terms of like how basically Marvel, as I mentioned, Marvel Studios and Marvel Television were both on opposite ends of the headquarters, and basically the studios considered the TV spinoffs as forced synergy, quote unquote. They basically had Blade, Daredevil, Luke Cage, and Ghost Rider reverted to Marvel. That's when Marvel, like not the MCU, but like the ones above it, like that kind of like plans things out. They assigned those characters to television, so including Blade and Ghost Rider. Blade never gets used. Ghost Rider
Yeah.
appears in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Agents Shield. Yeah,
Not the
Blade.
not the Johnny Blaze one,
Yeah. Robbie Reyes.
the
Actually, they have
Robbie
a
Reyes
Johnny.
one.
They actually have Johnny Blaze, but he's just a cameo.
Yep, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So also it's like there's actually a Blade show, but no one talks about it. I've seen that.
And that's on CW as well.
Yeah, I was like,
No.
I thought that was Spike. They did a Blade
yeah, oh yeah, Spike, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
I tried to watch it, but I got so bored just half the season, and I was like, oh my lord, I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, and so basically, Blade, Daredevil, Luke Cage, and Ghost Rider were sent over to the TV guys, and Marvel Studios hated that, but they couldn't really do anything because the higher ups said that was final. So that was just that was I found that interesting. But basically, the higher ups they wanted to build their own TV empire with those said characters. Marvel Studios like completely refused to loan their movie characters and actors to the Netflix shows, and thus the Marvel movies would continue the tradition of ignoring all development of the TV shows, which that's very obvious.
Yep, not even.
To be
Not
fair,
even about.
the show does those shows do have some references to like like the 2012 Avengers, like they kind of Daredevil's kind of like using the whole fact that like with this whole alien invasion thing, like now there's like a black hole in the black market basically, so that gets like all these like smaller guys to like kind of like use that to their advantage for their empires basically. So that's
which was smart writing. Like
yeah,
Yeah.
and that makes sense. And then things like Iron Fist 2 uses the Sokovia attack to kind of like show like like with Typhoid Mary's imprisonment and how she was like trapped from that, and like how that basically like gets her second altar for the Typhoid Mary. So that was yeah. So like the MCU has like there are some MCU references in the Netflix shows, but like yeah, the MCU just did not give a shit about.
I mean, to be honest, I'd rather
Netflix.
they just keep. I'd rather they just not giving a shit about the shows. Like,
yeah, I think this also emphasizes one of the bigger problems with the Disney Plus series, like down the road, which is that they treated their Disney Plus series as just movies that they just cut up as episodes and just put them out. Whereas like the TV side, like they were an actual TV studio. And it's like writing for TV, it's very different from writing for movies. Like it's a different process, a different development process. It's a different way how you structure scripts.
Hell yeah, that's why I've been writing a lot of, like trying to write plays, shows, and movies. So it's like I have to figure out a different structure every time I write them.
Yeah, it's very different. And it's like Feige and company, it's like if there was one thing they should have borrowed, they should have just swallowed their pride and just be like, let's try to learn from this separate entity, like how to structure and do TV.
Or just
Like,
yeah, keep going.
yeah, because the thing is that like imagine if we could have gotten some like really good series from Marvel, but they were actually structured like a TV series, like the Netflix series, where it was like a little bit more lower to the ground, grounded shows that like loosely connected to the MCU, but like they weren't necessarily mandatory for viewing. Like they could be like a fun reference in like a movie, but like it's not essential to the plot. Or if a character does show up from the grounded side of things into the movies. Like there was like a very quick, effective way to introduce them, but you didn't need the show going forward. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Two other things that are smaller. Charlie Cox really wanted Black Widow in the show for that
Yeah,
relationship from the comics.
great.
I know that, but
Can you blame the man?
Can't blame the guy.
can't blame him.
And Jessica Jones was supposed to be a part of the ABC shows like Agent Carter and Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D., but because the show really wanted to because the network really wanted to have a show focusing with Carol Danvers, they were like, no, we can't do that. Let's just send you over to the Netflix guys. And Jessica Jones is now on Netflix.
I think it works. I don't know. It works for this version of Jessica Jones. I know that she's a completely different character in the comics, so I'm not gonna say anything.
Surprisingly, the Netflix Jessica Jones, it does actually pretty fairly accurate with the comics outside of like Carol Danvers and stuff. Yeah, and also David Tennant as the Purple Man.
Oh yeah, that's why people talk about season 1. David Tennant as Purple Man.
He might be top 1, top 2, top 3 in terms of like best MCU villains ever.
And they had to kill him off, and I'm just like, why?
Yeah, and though I could like it if they kind of treat him more like the Arkham Knight Joker in that sense, like where he's like a voice in your head for Jessica.
Yeah,
but, like, they kind of do that, but like they really didn't.
Yeah, one episode, season 2, they did that.
I mean, I think they already like they just like realized they made a mistake killing him off. They just did a badly for just how to repair it.
And it's kind of wild because like it's the 10th Doctor, so I don't understand why you don't understand. This is like a crazy idea to do.
He's a good actor too.
Like, so that's basically it for the TV shows.
I mean, I guess they didn't mention the fact they already have Moon Knight and
Moon Knight was also in that package deal with Ghost Rider and Blade.
Oh, that would have been nice to see Moon Knight.
Another thing we also learned was like Moon Knight's James Gunn has written a script for Moon Knight before, but like it didn't really go anywhere. Which honestly, I think I'm fine with that because like I don't think James Gunn's style really fits Moon Knight in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah.
But I'm still curious to read the script though.
Yeah, that's true. That takes us to phase 2.
Right.
Do you want to take the lead?
I'll take over with the facts. Starting with Iron Man 3. A very interesting fact here. Some of the early drafts featured Killian using extremist-enhanced pheromones to seduce Pepper, and then he would have recorded their sexual encounter and broadcast it nationwide in order to taunt Tony, which this might be in reference to this happening in the Ultimates comics. That happened.
Yeah, that's the one like where that's the one where Black Widow and Iron Man have sex and like somebody broadcasts it. Yeah.
What the
fuck? For the whole world to see that.
Well, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah. Killian is just a funny guy.
He's a funny guy indeed.
Everybody knows the whole like that one girl, Rebecca Hall, was supposed to be the main villain of the movie, but because girls can't sell toys, they made it Aldrich Killian instead, who clearly sold a lot of toys.
I mean, it's so Rebecca Hall is so weird because like, no, I mean not the actress, like the character, because she's supposed to have a redemption arc, just like Aldrich Killian just.
I think she is the villain. Like her character is the villain of the Extremist comic that they're adapting, and Aldrich Killian was only in like one page of that comic. But yeah, that's very odd.
Yeah, comic Aldrich just a guy who he like regretted it, so he shot himself.
Yeah. Iron Man 3 is just weird because like I don't hate this film, but I don't think it's particularly good because it's like if you're gonna do the whole subversion of the villain, fine. Give us a good villain to replace. Because, like, I get why people were mad that the Mandarin was not actually the Mandarin. Because, like,
Ben Kingsley was awesome.
He was so good.
and then they revealed what he was. But he was still good in that type of role. But like, yeah, but
Yeah. Who's
man.
playing the music? Who plays the music? Hold. Oh, I think that's.
But that fact about how Maya was supposed to be the villain of that kind of brings us to the next fact from Thor: The Dark World.
Actually,
Because,
one more thing I wanted to mention.
okay.
I forgot to put it on the list. My bad. Is that so? Robert Downey Jr. had a 4-picture deal, and this would be his 4th film because of Iron Man 1, 2, The Avengers, and
the ending makes a lot more sense now.
so it was like just in case if Robert Downey Jr. does not want to return, that's why it's left open-ended, quote unquote, in terms of like him not returning as Iron Man again. But then Age of Ultron. So and then yeah. So but that was supposed to explain why it ended that way because they were unsure if like he would return as Iron Man again.
I mean, I don't think that anime will work for his character that well. But sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that you can go back to the Dark World.
So
what a waste.
For this one, the villain would originally have been Hela, but guess what? Like Perlmutter once again said, nope, females will not sell. So instead, it was changed to Malekith.
What the fuck? Do you guys look at the toy sales of Black Widow?
Perlmutter, like he was very stuck in his ways and just very stubborn. Because the Dark World to me feels like one of the biggest missed opportunities for like any of these Phase 2 films. Because you could have had Thor going into the 9 worlds and fighting Malekith. Like you could have really used this film to flesh out the 9 realms, what they were all like, the Warriors 3. Like really lean into the mythological elements, but they didn't.
Yeah, and like speaking of wasting a doctor, the 9th Doctor from Malekith.
Which is we only Doctor Who fans remember the character. Fucking insane.
And another thing with Malekith. Yeah, that's true.
What the fuck?
So I'm just saying, like I read some of the comics with Malekith. I remember after, like I did after I saw the movie, and I was just like, they could have just used this guy. I don't know why they had to just suck all his personality and make him one of those one-note forgettable villains.
Yeah,
it's not. It was not fair to.
Comic Malekith is like a sinister, like being. Like it's kind of wild. Like literally none of that is there, and like it's another case of like the Mickey Rourke situation. Christopher Eccleston had all these ideas for Malekith, and they were all cut out. And then he says, "I never want to work with Marvel ever again."
Insane. Like you could have had a movie with like Malekith and like the Casket of Winter, and like that being the threat for the 9 realms, and like we find out that the Casket of Winter contains like the Reality Stone or something like that. Like there was.
I mean, what the fuck what is Christopher Eccleston just hates Doctor Who in MCU now? I was like, oh my lord.
Yeah, he gets screwed twice.
He's always treated badly. That's the part I don't understand.
I will also say this movie also has a very underrated score.
I can't.
I haven't really paid attention to it. But to be fair, I've only watched it once.
The theme for this movie is really good. Like,
yeah. But for some more about For the Dark World, in the early drafts, Loki was actually going to die for real for a sacrifice against wasn't him Curse, that big guy. But since he was so popular from Avengers, they reshot it so that he fakes it and then takes over Asgard at the end.
I think it's in character, but I don't know. It's like it's a good thing and bad thing because I like him dying in Infinity War until that point, but they continue with Loki's show. I hated that.
Yeah,
and I totally understand like reshooting it because he was so popular from the Avengers. That totally makes sense.
It's
the breakout.
And it does make sense for his character that he would usurp the throne, fake his death, and usurp the throne of Asgard.
Yeah, because like I like what they're doing the movies with Loki, with him after his death in the movies, not what would later happen.
Yeah, because like I think Dark World Loki was like pretty interesting. Like especially like
Everyone agrees he's the best
like
part.
like especially like that scene where he's still trying to be like calm and collected in the cell, and then like then Thor's like, I need to see like the real you, and like the illusion is gone, and he's like he's like in a messed up cell, like long hair is like messy and all that. It's like like the death of Frigg was like took a toll on him.
Yeah.
Because it was something he experienced and just watched it happen on tape. But that's another discussion.
The script, did the book mention the fact that Patty Jenkins is supposed to be the director?
Yes, it does.
Yep.
And Natalie Portman's suggestion was Patty Jenkins, and the studios just did not agree to a lot of stuff that Patty Jenkins said, and she left.
Actually, I think that's based after I watched
part of it.
After I watched Wonder Woman 1984. Why the fuck would they even let her to do anything?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus.
There was also a neat deleted scene in this movie that actually explained that like Loki's illusion magic was actually a byproduct of his mother. Like his mother taught him how to do that.
This could have been something.
Yeah, could have been something. Yeah, it's a bit. If you imagine what the fuck would Patty Jenkins do, that would be even worse. She was like literally there's like a fucking there's actually a news about her. Literally write the first draft of Wonder Woman 3 and bring back Steve, and they send it to DC Studios and they don't understand what the fuck she's talking about. And then she sent a Wikipedia link of what is character development. Like, wow.
Right. I forgot about that. Yeah. So, move on. Next film, Captain America: The Winter Soldier. First up, we have that the early drafts featured Phil Coulson as the Hydra Mole before he was killed in the Avengers. I don't know if I would have been a fan of that.
What the fuck?
What that one?
That's
especially Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. too.
Yeah.
Factor that in. Yeah.
I mean, they already did that in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. when John Garrett is a villain. Of course, if you read comics, you guys will know he's a villain, but I don't know that.
No.
Which character?
John Garrett, played by Bill Paxton.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That thinks himself.
Yeah, they got Bill Paxton in season 1. That's so cool.
Yeah, he's good in everything.
And except for Winter Soldier, those early drafts, some of them also featured Arnim Zola escaping from the bunker before it explodes in a robotic body, because comic reference.
I'm glad they cut that. That wouldn't have worked.
That would be hilarious.
That's funny.
That would have been funny. Yeah.
It's like little thing escaping while the thing blows up. Just shuffling away.
Yeah. That's
Oh, that's it.
Right.
Yeah, that was about it. Yeah.
Wow.
But anything else? Obviously, the film has like a lot of things going on. Bucky. I've always had this conversation like with the Winter Soldier and like how you would go about him, because like a lot of obviously like Red Hood and like Winter Soldier, I think they both like came out like in the same year when they were both like for comics. So it's like one of the biggest things that like for those mediums is like like Bucky returning was like decades later from the comics. So it's like Bucky was gone for like a while, and then the explanation is like he was the Winter Soldier. And then Red Hood was like almost like a similar thing, like the death in the family decades later, and then Jason Todd returns. So it's like when you want to do like something like that, like put them onto like, put that on a screen. It's like obviously like we know who is the Winter Soldier, who is Red Hood now because of like how popular the mediums are. But I always wish that there was like some kind of like consensus in terms of like how do we like get to that point where that arc is like satisfying. Now obviously like you kind of have the benefit of like Bucky was gone technically from the world of Steve's world in 70 years, but like obviously this is like from movie 1 to movie 2. So that's like one of those writing things like where you have to factor in like it's like the Winter Soldier has his own separation. And how do we do that? That makes sense for the writing. Yeah, that was just like that's something like I found like interesting about the movie in terms of like how they went about it. Now, obviously, the whole like Winter Soldier, how he operates in the movie for the sake of the plot. That's another conversation.
I mean, I like a lot of things in ideas. That's what I said. I like it in ideas. I just hate it in executions. My lord.
Yeah, but now for Guardians of the Galaxy. First up, we have that Nicole Perlman wrote the first draft of the script, which actually featured Richard Rider as Nova.
Oh,
wow!
Yep, he would have joined forces with Star-Lord to form the Guardians.
Oh, that would have been so great.
What could have been?
Yeah, it could have been. But I can't really hate it from what we got for Guardians.
Oh yeah, no, the movie's great, but just
yeah, but this was rewrote by James Gunn, and who attempted to get the solo credit, even though he kept a lot of the ideas.
Really?
Like, he left in Star Wars, left for 80s music too. And they had like a whole like thing with the WGA about it, and so it led to they both got credit for the story, but James Gunn himself was credited alone for the script. That's how that resolved itself.
Yeah, that was an interesting thing I found.
Yeah,
like especially like I know like Gunn has also mentioned he was like a fan of Guardians comics growing up as well, and I do believe him.
yeah, the Abnett. I know. Sorry to cut you off. I know he had Dan Abnett on set, which he's responsible for the 2008 run of Guardians and really just everything great about Marvel Cosmic with him and like Andy Lanning. Like they were the creators of like Annihilation, Conquest, like really, really good Marvel Cosmic stuff. So I'm just like,
yeah. And my thing about the whole cutting out Nova part is like, my problem is like, they're talking about bringing back Nova now, and it's like they've done so much damage to Xandar to the point where it's actually gone. The Nova core is gone. I mean, like I guess you could technically put like a whole Nova thing in terms of like how, like the last survivor or like the last one or something like that, or like
make him Kyle Rayner.
Or he just like so happens to not be on Xandar during this destruction. It's like fuck.
Like you could open the movie with Thanos destroying Xandar. Like we see them using the Power Stone to like get the world mind up and running, and their helmets.
Actually, that's an actual scene that got cut.
Yeah, that would have been great. Like do that in the movie, and then you could have like this. You could have Xandar like reformed on like another planet or something like that, or even just Richard Rider has to bring the Nova Corps back, and like maybe John C. Reilly's character, because he was Roman Day, so it's like you can have him be kind of like the Jarvis for Richard Rider.
It's cool. Yeah.
Another thing about Guardians, some of the early cuts had Gamora reluctantly killing Nebula in the last battle at the end.
No, not a fan.
Like with how important Nebula is like in future films too, like that would be crazy to cut out.
Yeah, I think she's one of the better characters now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you mentioned this before, Red, but they said that this is since they saw that a film that had a talking raccoon and a talking tree be so successful, like it's what like it's made Feige like think this thing. Oh yeah, now we could do anything and we'll get money.
I mean,
he's not wrong, but like, there's bad implications of it too.
Yeah, it's like it's about the characters and it's about the
writing. I was like, what's the? Do you don't know what it's like for me to just be experiments? It's like Jesus, oh my God, there's so much good things about this movie.
Yeah, that's it for that. And next up, we have, for Avengers: Age of Ultron. I remember personally, this was like the one I kind of felt like a disappointment for. I remember, Thor: Dark World wasn't really good to me, but I didn't really have as high hopes as I did for Age of Ultron.
That's true.
But moving on to the facts. So
This is
Ultron is
actually
actually.
this is actually my first MCU movie in theaters.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, so for Ultron, he was supposed to be created by the government originally, and they were also going to have the Avengers disband and then reassemble for having to stop Ultron when he goes rogue.
I think
How
that's
I don't know how the government would have done that.
I mean,
it's
Hank
like
Pym.
if Hank Pym was there, then maybe.
Okay, yeah,
The only thing is like with that is like Ultron being created by Tony Stark has like a lot of story in the future MCU stuff, like Civil War, Infinity War, and Endgame, and all that. So it's like it would be if that were to happen. Obviously, like I mean, obviously it's not comic accurate, so I understand that. But like the way that the MCU was like structured around Tony being the one who created Ultron,
you
yeah, it's
can't.
like that's kind of
Yeah.
gone.
It's. I mean, I'm fond of just Tony and stuff. Hank Pym. It's like, dude, they didn't even introduce Hank Pym at that point. It's like, what the
It's
fuck are you
just
guys
ironic
doing?
that he comes in the next film, the very next film. So.
Yeah. One second. Go. It's what. So it's so weird. The corrupt.
Yeah.
I mean, even I said this movie is struggling way too much.
Yeah, Age of Ultron, I think it was one of those films that could have been really good, but it just had so much going against it. Like Ultron really, he's one of the coolest villains in Avengers comics, and he's like this really intimidating like AI. And James Spader was just like casting wise, perfect voice for Ultron, but
Yeah, he's a great
they
voice.
just didn't play him seriously enough, and I'm just like, that's just really disappointing. It's like a joke every moment. And then also like the setup to like other films, which is especially funny with the Thor stuff, because like they were teasing Ragnarok and being a much more serious thing than we actually got in the movie. So that's really funny and sad. But like at the same time, it has some of my favorite moments in the MCU. Like the whole sequence where they're trying to lift Thor's hammer, it's like one of the best moments in the entire MCU. Like,
Yeah,
I like that moment.
I also love the action shot. Like in the opening of the movie, it's very. It feels like a comic page like brought into motion, like with how like all the heroes are like lined up in like in a running motion, and then it freeze frame, and then it goes back to the action.
Yeah,
and then also like even the spinning shot with like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver, and like how they're fighting all the Ultron drones at the end. In the third act, like it's like very reminiscent of like a comic shot. So like that's always what I found cool about it.
I mean, I really like the scene, but like the final scene of Fisher and Ultra having conversations. Like there's like there something's beautiful is not because it lasts. Ironic, really now.
Yeah.
very much.
More about this film. An early draft had Ultron modeled after Stark's neural patterns, which I guess explains the snark. Also had Abomination as Ultron's enforcer. Ultron again Wakanda to steal vibranium, and Ultron drones combining like they all would have like got together to form like a one big mecha Ultron in the last.
Okay, that's way too anime.
Yeah, that's a bit too. Like
that was a choice. That was a choice, and then I saw at the end when I have the new recruits, Captain Marvel and Spider-Man were gonna be there.
I know the Captain Marvel one. That's true.
Yeah, they have like a stand-in actress. They showed up at the
I guess I think it's fair at that point because I get Falcon because he is introduced beforehand. But Captain Marvel, she's never before. Oh, that's that comment. They were trying to please to the family and kids audience. They made Ultron comical, so he wouldn't scare the kids in there.
Which
that's a recurring thing. Yeah,
I mean, motherfucker, have you seen Terminator 2?
Like one thing that I also think is kind of underrated about Age of Ultron that I think a lot of the recent MCU films just didn't do is like you genuinely see the Avengers like acting heroic and actually caring about civilians. Like the whole sequence with like Stark fighting the Hulk and the Hulkbuster. I love the fact there's a great shot where like he's trying to move the Hulk and he uses his HUD to scan the building that he sees to see if anyone's in it and is like there's no civilians and he drops the Hulk within that area.
By the building, yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
just like, I love how this movie accounts for like civilian destruction and stuff like that when something like Man of Steel just didn't give a crap. I'm like,
yeah.
And plus, at the end with Captain America, like when Ultron's like, "You can't save everyone," but he's still trying anyway.
Yeah, that's true. I mean,
it's just, again,
it does have some things, this movie.
yeah, there's some good things. It's just like how shit Ultron is a character. It's like, okay, they basically said Ultron hacks is in the internet. I was like, oh wait, you won.
Yeah, they also don't explain the fact that like how is Ultron actually defeated, because it's like he could have easily downloaded himself into like a satellite or something to like survive.
Yeah, Jesus, this is so stupid.
Which is why, like, if Marvel ever tasked me of like trying to write like an Avengers film, I would actually have Ultron come back and just explain that he downloaded himself like into a satellite, like went into space, and then got like an upgrade in quotes.
It's one of the easiest, probably like one of the easiest, simplest things of how he came back. It's like, oh, because I was on the internet.
Yeah,
you can truly remember.
He is honestly like a phase level villain as well.
Yeah, I was like,
but like not in the sense of like put it all in one movie.
No,
like how they did it here.
Yeah, I was like, I also was like, I would try to get more like heavy characters to fight Ultron, like get Hank Pym here, just like okay, sign something. It's like, and at the current line, it's like I'm not sure you guys can even beat Ultron like this.
Yeah, Fat Creek Supreme said, "What happened to Betty? Why are they trying to make Hulk and Black Widow a thing?" Funny you should say that, because we have another tidbit here that they were going to have Banner reject Black Widow, and then she would trigger him becoming Hulk by saying that she never loved him, like such a lie about having never truly loved him. Incel Hulk.
I was like, okay, that's even worse.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the romance in the movie, but it's just like
forced.
It does come out of nowhere.
A little bit but like it's not the worst. It's definitely not the best.
Yeah, I think there's like they mentioned that Joss Whedon fucking hated working on this movie.
Oh yeah. I wanted to leave. I left it up because I think we all know that, but yeah, that's
he just fought to keep the farm scene.
He wanted this to be a 2-parter, but then like they said no, can make it one movie.
Yeah,
he wanted to make it darker. They said no, make it lighter. So
just such a shame, because
he wanted to have the Vision wing.
Because I mean, I like Infinity War, but like imagine if Josh could have handled Infinity War or even just like a 2-parter with Ultron, because like Ultron would definitely work for a 2-parter.
Yeah. I do want to mention this fact before actually if you can finish the last point before.
Last note here for Age of Ultron is that they were going to have Loki appear in Thor's vision about Ragnarok. He would be the one to warn him about it, but they cut it because the test audiences thought it meant Loki was controlling Ultron. I don't know how they came to that conclusion.
Audience can be stupid, to be honest.
Yeah.
To be honest, like, you have no idea how stupid people can be until I start working with them. It's like, my lord. Not an insult to. Okay, just to be clear, whatever I said today is not an insult to you guys. I mean, not just you, not just the people here. It's like also everyone listening goes like, oh my god. Yeah,
that's like, crazy. We had 13 episodes already, and now I'm stupid. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's like I just sometimes just like I just don't understand. Okay, sometimes I just want to ask, how do you think of that? How do you make that conclusion? This is, oh my god.
Yeah, One thing I did want to mention about this is like Joss Whedon was kind of meant to be they kind of wanted him to be the director, to be the facilitator of the MCU in terms of like that director who kind of knows what who knows his shit basically in terms of like comics and like movies and then like kind of doing it in that sense. So like they kind of wanted him to be that guy. Then obviously all this like controversy happened with Age of Ultron, to the point where eventually he drops out because like it got too ridiculous. Then fast forward, James Gunn was supposed to be the next Joss Whedon, basically. Like he would be the guy to facilitate the MCU after that. But then obviously the whole James Gunn scenario, we know what happens there. Yeah. So I do find it interesting. Like they do kind of have like, I guess like it's not like, I guess it's kind of like Zack Snyder being in charge of the DCEU in a way, but it's not really, because like at least like with Marvel there is a hierarchy, at least in terms of like the company and like how they kind of put other people in the pedestal, but like they also kind of have a way to, you know, manage things here and there, especially like if we're talking about the earlier phases. Whereas like obviously DC had no structure at all and gave it all to Snyder, who is an idiot. But yeah.
Yeah.
But it's interesting to think about that. Like Joss Whedon is supposed to be the guy, then he leaves. James Gunn is supposed to be the guy, then he gets fired. Yeah, so it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. That's fuck. To be honest, I just wonder what if they kept James Gunn. To be honest,
He probably would not be the DCU guy. I would say.
easily won't. Yeah.
Yeah, from what I understand with like James Gunn and what happened to him, like Alan Horn was the former CFO of Disney, and he was the one who made the call to fire James Gunn, completely out of Bob Iger and Kevin Feige's like control. Like he, pardon the expression, he jumped the gun with firing him, and that threw a big monkey wrench because like as you said, the rumor was that Gunn was originally supposed to be kind of a co-lead with Feige. Like he was supposed to do the Marvel cosmic stuff, whereas Feige was supposed to be more of the street level thing.
Yeah. That was another fact. I had it later, but yeah, you're right.
Jesus.
Yeah, but like because they fired him and because of like optics back then, like they couldn't rehire him, and that just screwed up everything. And it took the cast of Guardians to be like, look, we're not coming back without James Gunn, and like a bunch of other stuff that Gunn was able to come back. But you can clearly tell, especially if you listen to the Michael Rosenbaum interview, he was not, he basically was like, yeah, screw Marvel at this point, because it's like, you threw me under the bus, I don't want to deal with you. He's like, yeah, I don't really feel like coming back. And it's like the only reason why he did come back was like Guardians Volume 3, which they had to renegotiate a new contract with him, which he gets to dictate the terms, which, you know, his terms was basically like, yeah, this is my movie, I'm doing what I want, don't want to touch it.
Yeah, it's yeah. To be honest, I think DC made one of the smartest decision, one of the only smart decision. Basically, just like Marvel fire him, immediately hire him. I was like, my lord, you are smart.
Yeah, well,
yeah, it's like Suicide Squad is bad because we were trying to make it Guardians of the Galaxy with the Suicide Squad. So why don't we get the Guardians of the Galaxy guy to make our Suicide Squad film? And it actually worked out.
Yeah. Like, and then just like, here's DCU. Fuck.
And then David Ayer is a whole other animal to talk about, but that's a conversation for another day. I'll take over for the Ant-Man one, since there's a lot to say.
This one's a doozy.
Yeah. So I'll try to go through it. So obviously about Ant-Man production wise, like this is all related to Edgar Wright. The entire section is dedicated to Edgar Wright, basically, and that's pretty fair because Edgar Wright is one of the most well-renowned directors right now. So yeah, it's like whenever you hear like a what if scenario, it's like you hear about Edgar Wright. What if he directed Ant-Man? And basically what happened was like Avi Arad, that very beloved man, he came into contact with Edgar Wright in 2000, like Feige. He was more interested in Feige than Edgar, just something that they mentioned. Wright was was like asked to do like one of these options, like Captain America, Thor, Punisher, Deadpool, Man Thing, Luke Cage, Iron Fist, Morbius, Power Pack, Longshot, Mort the Dead Teenager, and Ant-Man. And he wanted to direct. Ant-Man because Scott Lang was his favorite character, so that was his choice. So Marvel did the legwork to get Edgar his opportunity to be a part of it, but there were like issues with Lionsgate doing too poorly with the Punisher 2004 film with Thomas Jane. Edgar was also too busy with his directing while Marvel was still figuring itself out during its early phases. By the time Marvel approached him again, he was busy with Shaun of the Dead. So yeah, Arad and Feige came to Wright again in a Comic-Con for Shaun of the Dead. They asked him what's up. Basically, Wright was like, I sent the script like years ago, and they didn't read it. So he sent it again, the copy, and they were impressed by how Wright was able to write the two Ant-Men and merge them into one film. And some of the basic plot details are still in the film, like Hank's flashbacks and Scott stealing the suit, which was inspired by Wright's favorite comic, To Steal an Ant-Man. Edgar initially wanted Simon Pegg as Scott for obvious reasons, but Marvel chose Paul Rudd instead, and Edgar did, he agreed that Rudd would work just as well. There were some issues regarding Hank Pym's backstory because, to be fair, when Edgar wrote it, there was no S.h.i.e.L.D. or things like that, or what his interactions with Howard Stark would be like. Feige was understanding that it wasn't Wright's fault because he didn't consider that because it didn't exist.
Yep.
Marvel did the revisions, and Wright was fine with it, but then they kept revising and revising to the point where the tone of the film was just shifting away. And when Wright was given the final revised script, he was horrified. He believed in good faith that Marvel would be able to find the middle ground and after all the shoehorning references and the dialogue alterations and such, Wright decided it just was not worth it and dropped out of the project. So yeah.
Wow. Well, that was a shit thing to do.
Yeah. And it's like, and obviously like the biggest thing is like Edgar Wright was just he was a successful director at the time as well. It's like he's just doing project after project, and like every time Marvel came back to him, it's like I'm busy with my next project. And then whenever he came back for whenever they came back to ask him about it, like the script is like I just can't really dedicate my time to it. It was that plus the when they revised the script and like shifting the whole tone of his script to the point where it's not really his vision anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's. I mean, to be honest, I can still see like some like okay, yeah, there's a lot of Edgar Wright in that segment. There's a lot of Marvel references.
Yeah. And like I think the first Ant-Man film, like you could still see Edgar's like his style in that movie. And I do think the first Ant-Man film is underappreciated.
Yeah, I think it is. It's decent, but that's what I said. It's decent.
Yeah. And another thing, just an interesting factoid, Patrick Wilson was supposed to be Darren Cross, but he dropped out because there was too many delays on the project, so he had to work on something else.
I feel so bad for Corey Stoll because of MODOK.
Oh my God.
Yeah, which was funny because I was like, my lord, this is the best character of the entire movie. And they just treat him as a joke.
Yeah. Quantum Mania really did damage to this film, and like plenty of others. It just.
I mean, I really like Corey Stoll in the role, so.
I do too. It's just.
Yeah, that's true. Joss Whedon has talked about it. He thought it was one of the best scripts he's ever read, even though he wasn't particularly interested in Ant-Man, but he really loved the script. So that's something interesting about that. And the author ends the paragraph with something. I like this quote. It makes a significant what-if moment in history of the Marvel Studios. If Wright had filmed his Ant-Man script in the early years of Marvel, he likely would have been able to make it his way, and he might have even shifted the trajectory of the MCU, infusing it with his sensibility and humor. He just waited too long. And that's really what it comes down to.
Honestly, if Marvel's smart, they should come back to Edgar Wright at some point.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like the more I work with people, it's like a lot of things you just kind of have to move on. You kind of have time to waste. It's like why it's like I just keep asking offers. It's like someone just doesn't come back. Some just move on without me. I was like fine, I get it, but it's like of course I won't say the quality of those. It's like okay, but it happens. It's something unavoidable, and there is a lot of what if scenarios. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like this.
All right. Yeah. It's an okay film. I think it's underappreciated. But yeah, even despite all this like background about Ant-Man 1, I think it's still kind of impressive with how decent it was in the final product. So that's something to be appreciative of.
Yeah,
No
yeah,
pun, no pun intended. I like how small scale this movie is. It's
Oh,
yeah, it is.
mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's that ends phase 2. Up, you can go back to for Civil War.
All right, yeah. So first off, some of the early drafts had actually a larger role for Spider-Man and a smaller role for Black Panther, but the deal between Marvel Studios and Sony Pictures fell through at first, so they had Black Panther's role expanded. But then they later reached an agreement for Spider-Man, so he got reinserted, but his role was smaller. So eventually, yeah, so it kind of got flipped.
Yeah,
Yeah, and honestly, I think it made sense for the story in the end.
Yep.
Mhm.
yeah, I think it makes sense. Like, this is the best Black Panther ever had. So
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
better in
Unfortunately.
this film than his own film. hmm Also, more of a Civil War. They had some disputes on if Iron Man was going to be a cameo or a supporting character, and this led to them having an alternate third act where instead Baron Zemo would be on a search for a biological weapon called the Mad Bomb, which would make people go into murderous rampages. I don't
That's
know
like
how it
a
would fit
I
into.
know the Mad Bomb is a
uh,
comic reference, but
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
know
know
if
how
that's
it
what it
would
was meant
fit
for.
into.
yeah, no, I think Simo is really good in this movie. So it's like I hate the map bomb. It's like I
yeah,
really do not think that the map
It's
bomb stuff.
yeah.
And
Daniel
plus
Brühl,
Iron Man yeah. Go ahead.
yeah, Daniel Brühl did a good job with Zemo, and he's also one of the few MCU villains they don't kill. And I'm just like, hey, you should
Mhm.
keep doing that because you could have had the Masters of Evil.
Yeah, it's like it's Black Panther.
Or
It's like
Thunderbolts, which is
Oh,
yeah,
Yeah,
jeez.
yeah.
oh my goodness.
I mean,
But
at least they bring him
yeah,
back in Falcon and Winter Soldier, and somehow I
somehow
really
he's
say
not
it.
assassinated.
Oh, screw! I actually
Yeah.
improve upon his character as well. Like, my
They
lord,
do
what?
they do that
Um,
retcon with him, but at least, yeah, but his
yeah, outside of
at
that,
least as
yeah.
a but yeah, as a character, at least he's not horribly ruined.
It's like, jeez.
It's like
Um,
everybody's fighting in the room to see where I'm going, but
he
I'm
just
not hand bounded. I'm
walks
not
though.
like nobody's watching me. I can just step
Yeah,
out of here.
he just
I can
walks
step
though.
out of here. Yeah,
Mhm.
cool.
One of the
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm out.
smartest
yeah,
decisions.
Yeah, he's out. So
he's so consistent. It was like it's not like he just like I'm still surprised they didn't have a moment just like they just didn't make him a murder psychopath in the movie in the show. I was like I'm still surprised they didn't do that. They
I
just like
mean,
okay, yeah,
yeah, and
they
then
just
outside of like bombing the flag smashes at the end, but that's in
uh,
character.
I mean,
So
yeah.
that's been
He even
that's
he even willingly allowed himself to be arrested. It's like yeah,
mhm.
that
mm,
too.
I think
Yeah,
also I think
Zemo's like
also what
wow. Yeah, yeah.
I think what I also really like about Civil War and like especially with like Winter Soldier, Civil War, Infinity War and stuff is that you really start to see the Russo brothers take charge in the sense of trying to get the narrative threads like really organized and you really see how like Marcus and McFeely can handle like large ensemble casts and stuff like that cuz like the airport battle in Civil War is still like one of my favorite battles in the MCU because it's supposed to be this really big battle, but like they balance all the characters and like how they fight really well, and like they're the dynamics as well between like for example Black Panther and Hawkeye, where he's like, "Hey, I'm Clint," and Black Panther's like, "I don't
I
care."
don't care.
Which makes sense because like he's very much about killing Bucky. So
Uh-huh.
it's like you can clearly see like why this and like Infinity War like really clung to people, because like it's those character moments, it's the conflict between them and how they tie the interior conflict and the exterior really well. And it's a shame, when we get to like Endgame and stuff like that, how they kind of drop the ball on that, which I just listening to the behind the scenes and like the audio commentary for Endgame, you can clearly tell that like Marcus McFeely and the Russos were not that thrilled with Endgame, because they talked very much positively about Infinity War, what they loved, what they were doing, but like Endgame, you could very much see as Feige really asserting his control at that point.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah,
and it's like Civil War. It's like so good, man. Like hearing a lot of stuff. It's like, man, I wonder how did they even make the movie this well.
like the Spider-Man stuff in this film is like really good.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, yeah, I say it's like some people can make stupid decisions. I mean, that's not, and so I mean, I have stupid decisions sometimes. Just like it's nature, but it's like, but you just came to a certain conclusion with other people. It's like, okay, what is the best option we should do?
Yeah, and that's not where the drama ends too. With behind the scenes with Civil War, because uh, Perlmutter didn't want Iron Man and Captain America to fight. He wanted them to team up and fight Zemo and those other Hydra super soldiers. Um, so he came to heavy contact with Feige about this, and it ended with um, Marvel Studios splitting from Marvel Entertainment, and so yeah, Ike and Marvel Entertainment would go to the television side, while Feige gained complete control of the movie side. And essentially, there was a civil war during the production of Civil War.
Nice, interesting. Yeah, to be honest,
And this is the phase where Ike gets like so bitter to the point where Inhumans gets pushed as the New Mutants, and like the whole Inmutants, like even in the comics, like in like the way that Inhumans were like pushed and all that stuff, and all the Inhumans like over mutants and all that stuff, like that was all because of Ike, and that was after this moment, like around 2017 ish.
Yeah.
So I was like, they already did that in Agents of S.h.i.e.L.D.
Yeah,
I want to say that.
Because this is debate as to whether like the Marvel Creative Committee, which Ike Perlmutter like assembled and stuff, which included writers like Bendis and everything, were actually the ones in charge of like the really successful MCU films, or Kevin Feige, which personally for me, it's a lot of he said she said, so like I can't really render a clear judgment on that, but like you can clearly tell that unironically there was a civil war within Marvel over this movie. And one way or another, Kevin Feige managed to end up being on top, and
somehow it still managed to make this banger of a film.
Yeah, and the thing is, this film was supposed to be in response to Batman versus Superman. Like the original title for this film was Captain America: The Serpent Society.
Yeah, it was a completely different kind of movie entirely.
And they pivoted to do this, which I find so ironic and funny when you consider Batman versus Superman. And they did the same thing with Spider-Man No Way Home, with it being a response to The Flash. And I'm like,
Jesus, wow.
Yeah, that's
wild. I think we'll swap everyone up. So I'll talk about Doctor Strange. Early cuts feature a darker tone that was poorly received by test audiences, leading to reshoots to add more humor.
That pissed me off.
Oh, get off.
Because Doctor Strange is my favorite superhero. And it's like Scott Derrickson was a good choice for this, because he's a really big fan of the character, and there was a lot that he wanted to do, but Marvel didn't allow him to do it. Because like Doctor Strange, like he's a very versatile superhero. Like you can do a darker tone with him, you can do multiverse, you can do just supernatural things, and like a darker tone for like a Marvel movie that would have actually kind of separated him from like Tony Stark, because like it kind of bothers me when people try to compare these two. It's like, yeah, superficially you can see the similarities, but they are very different characters, like in the sense of like what they were in the comic books. And I wish that this first film could have established things, in particular with his sister April Strange, which Multiverse of Madness tries to add in, and I'm like, why?
It's so clunky.
Yeah, and it kind of leads into the other tidbit. The flashback of Donna Strange, played by Lulu Wilson, was entirely cut from the film.
Oh my god, that would have made sense, because I highly recommend watching the animated Doctor Strange film done by Jay Olivia, who did a lot of the really good animated DC films. Like, one of the things I loved about that movie was that Strange's sister, April, in that had like a disease that he tried to treat and he failed, and she died on the operating table. And that explains like why he's such an a-hole to like people. And I'm like, if they had kept something like that, that could have really gone a long way to like humanize Strange. Not that I don't think this movie does a bad job, but it would have really added the delineation and separation between him and Iron Man.
Like my biggest thing sorry, Unity. My biggest thing about like the my biggest thing about in the final product is like when Ancient One is like, chastising Doctor Strange for like his opinions on like killing somebody, and like who are you to like, that whole scene, like, why is it that you are like this arrogant or like something like that? Like, the thing is, like, it sets up so perfectly for a flashback scene or something like that with Donna Strange, like, because like it's literally questioning like, why are you this way? Like, why do you have this like this incessant desire to like to not go over the obviously, like, because like obviously he's like freaking out like killing somebody, which then it comes back to like Infinity War, Endgame, No Way Home, where that doesn't apply anymore.
They just
he wants to be in control of the knife.
Fuck off.
Yeah, it's like again, and then if you factor like the comics version, like his pure desire of like not wanting to kill anybody is because he's a doctor, but like at the same time, like he couldn't save his sister, and it just pisses me off so much. Like Multiverse of Madness uses that story to.
Oh yeah, that's my most hated MCU film.
It's such a good moment and such a good characterization for Doctor Strange, and just to put it. And I'm not blaming Benedict Cumberbatch at all, because he wanted that scene so badly in the movie, and he had no idea how to get it in because for some reason nobody wanted it in the movie.
Which is insane, because
and the only compromise was just him saying that story to this Sinister Strange to
convince him that he was him from another universe. It doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Another universe, you can still like,
I was like, you just exposition dump a bunch of shit. It's like, oh, okay, what does that mean?
Like my bad, continue.
It's weird because I think the first movie developed his character well. It's actually the only good thing about the fucking movie. As a Baron Mordo, Asian one, it's weird. It's like the plot is fucking weird. The matrices confuses me. But it's like, and then the second movie is like, I don't know what to say about that movie. It's like, there's a lot of ideas. I just don't think they know what to do with the ideas.
Honestly, if I could have rewritten this film, I would have had it be where Chiwetel Ejiofor is not Baron Mordo. He's, Brother Voodoo, because, that would have actually made a bit more sense, and have Mordo be the villain played by like Mads Mikkelsen. Because, Caecilius is like a minor villain in the comic books, but it's like the villain that people know about Doctor Strange is like Dormammu and like Mordo. Let's be real. Like, people don't know Nightmare or Shumagormath or maybe Mephisto, but Mephisto is really a villain to like a lot of supernatural characters. Like, I would have had that with like Stephen Strange, like dealing with like his sister's death, and I would have explored the concept of like the Time Stone. Like, maybe you implement Cagliostro from the comic books, because Cagliostro in the comic books was the first Sorcerer Supreme. Maybe the Darkhold book has like a spell that channels the Time Stone's power to like travel back in time. And thus we get an establishment of the time travel rules, which you can pay off in Endgame where they use the quantum realm, with like the Marvel What If with like the breakpoints and stuff like that. And then you have the whole theme of the movie be about you can't control. There are certain things in life that you cannot control, and you need to accept certain things that are dealt with. In this case, Stephen Strange accepting the fact that his sister is dead. He can't bring her back, and he needs to let go. That could have been a really powerful moment you could have set up within this movie, and it would have added credence to the fact of why he gave the time stone to Tony Stark.
To be honest,
to Thanos, to Thanos.
To be honest, after the What If episode, I don't even think they would. To be honest, doing that again was like, okay, I have a lot more questions for the What If episode. That's insane.
Yeah, but like I guess it's more believable with his sister than with Christine.
Yeah,
that's the main problem. Like I would sacrifice my life for Rachel McAdams too. Like I'm not let's not go overboard here. But like I'm just saying, like it just doesn't really make sense to me that this sort of thing. I mean, to be fair, it's like it's very cruel. Like too, it's like. Oh, this entire thing is like Christine just has to die at every point because that's a nexus point, I guess.
If they go to a diner, a man with a gun will just run in and shoot her.
I was like, what the fuck did that came from?
Yeah, it's just so bizarre. Like I don't know, but like, What If is very weird.
Yeah, I would, and also too the thing I'll say I like about this movie is the ending with the time loop with Dormammu, which I know Dan Harmon actually punched this script up actually. And that's a very Dan Harmon thing to do, but it also fits the character because Doctor Strange, what I like about him is that being that he's a surgeon, he thinks tactically because he has to deal with threats that are just as powerful, if not more than him. So he has to use his mind to trick enemies. And it's like, that's something that I think Multiverse of Madness especially screwed up with him. Like, he uses the dead body and stuff like that. But I'm like, this comes completely out of nowhere too. And then also I would have also, the other thing I like about this film, and I apologize for taking out because Strange is my favorite superhero. So it's like a lot of investment in this character.
I just have more fun facts, but
I mean, you can continue with the facts and I can go on.
Yeah, I mean, from let's just no, to be honest, let's just say this. Don't say anything, Rat. Do you know who is originally cast as Dormammu? Take a guess.
The actor, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah. No, before banana cucumber just got in the role. Yeah. Yeah. Do you know who that is?
Actually, I kind of forgot.
Yeah, it's Tony Todd.
Tony Todd, yeah.
Yeah.
That would have been amazing.
Yeah, they actually sent him the script to record lines, but they just didn't do it. They just nah.
He could have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then also Matt Mikkelsen almost got cast as Kasai, the villain in Dark World.
Yeah, he was almost
Malekith?
Malekith.
He was almost Malekith too, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have. I feel so bad for Mads. Like,
yeah. Christopher Eccleston took the heat.
Yeah. And then imagine Christopher Eccleston just cast as Cassius. I was like, then a boring villain, I guess.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like I don't know if they just did this whole thing so like, we didn't want Mordor to be the villain because like that would be, everybody would know that. But it's like I don't know. It's just going back to the whole like Iron Man thing, but I feel like it's even less justified here. I mean, well, to be fair, Iron Man and Mandarin is pretty well known.
But
Mordo and Strange is like, but Mordo's like a very different person entirely. Like,
I mean, it's like this. I don't mind you start off like someone lesser known, like Cassius. Like it's sure, but it's like, what the fuck is his motivation? He wants the world to be. What the fuck?
They should have.
Yeah, let's go on.
They should have gone the Spider-Verse route where like Caecilius or Mordo is trying to use the time stone to bring back like a dead loved one. Then you have a connection between him and Strange because both have lost people, both have incredible power, and thus you have a sequence where Strange like reconciles the fact that his sister, the person he loved, is not coming back. That he learns to use the power, he learns to let go and to stop holding the knife, so to speak, and trying to control things, let go of the fact that he has no control.
Yeah, basically the reverse Anakin arc in the prequels.
Yeah, exactly. And
yeah. Another thing is like with the because like obviously like the film technically has an error in it as like it mentions the multiverse, but the multiverse was not opened until I think Kang opened it in Loki.
Till multiverse, yeah.
Yeah.
Mom retcons it to be where it's like they just discovered the multiverse, and I'm just like,
and then like this, it's basically they're talking about dimensions in Doctor Strange, but they refer dimensions and multiverse together. So
which is so dumb.
Was like I hear people that try to find it. I mean, they could be anything. It's like motherfucker. Do you know? I mean, even I know the difference between a multiverse and the fucking dimension.
It's so. Yeah, it's just they also didn't do a very good job of fleshing out the magic and its limitations. It's like you have the sling rings, and I'm like, all right, but then later MCU films, it's like sling rings are not necessary, or like anyone can use them, and really they don't really flesh out the role of sorcerers within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, because it's like they tease the fact they're like, oh, the Avengers fight a specific number of threats, but we sorcerers need to fight that. And I'm like, can we get some more details on that? Like, are you fighting vampires, werewolves, like other spirits?
I did want to ask you, like, I'm pretty sure sling rings in the comics are not like this, like to the point where you can go like anywhere. Like, I'm pretty sure in the Oath, like, I'm pretty sure the Oath, like, it's like he wasn't even able to channel. Like, he had to use like a subway to go where he wanted to go.
Yes, they made sling rings way too powerful. Like portal magic, like they really should have been more careful with how they handled portal magic.
Mastery of sling ring is blah blah blah. It can allow you to travel to the multiverse.
Like they don't even explain like what the title Sorcerer Supreme means within these movies, which always annoys me, because in the comic books, the Sorcerer Supreme is a title that is bestowed by the Vishanti, which are like these extra dimensional deities, which is like Agamotto, Oster, Hoggoth, and all these others. And Agamotto was actually the first Sorcerer Supreme who became a member of the Vishanti. But they don't explore that, and it's really annoying because it doesn't like. Why is Wong all of a sudden the Sorcerer Supreme? Like, is it just because of proxy, because he was the only one left? Is he more powerful than Strange? They don't really establish like the different levels of magic and like what you can and can't do. Whereas the comic books, you had like personal magic, which was like, for example, like astral projection, like minor telekinesis and stuff like that. And then dimensional magic, which is like channeling arcane dimensions. So like the Flame of Faltine, which is the Faltinian dimension, which is actually the dimension that like Dormammu originated from. Or like the Crimson Bands of Sidorak, the Sidorak gem that like Juggernaut uses. So like they don't really go into that, and I'm just like they needed to better flesh out the magic with what it could and couldn't do, so that way you don't get questions like, why doesn't Strange use a portal to like cut a limb off? Like
now that it offered that possibility, now
they just play around with magic at this point.
Magic needs certain rules and limitations. Like even if it's like soft magic, like you have to be careful with what it is. And it's like the Sorcerer Supreme title could have solved a lot of that. Like heck, you could have had the second Doctor Strange film be about Stephen Strange actually becoming the true Sorcerer Supreme, because they hint at in this movie that like the Ancient One uses the dark dimension to like fuel the magic, to fuel Tilda Swinton's magic. And it's like you could have easily expanded upon that by saying, hey, the Ancient One originally was connected to the Vishanti, but the Ancient Ones severed contact because, like in the comic books, the Vishanti are considered to be very. They have their own nefarious goals and organizations, and thus they like to manipulate like whoever's Sorcerer Supreme. So like, you could have really played off of that, like, oh, there's a reason why the Ancient One sever ties with the Vishanti and use the Dark Dimension magic. Just a lot of things they could have done, but obviously they didn't.
Yeah, like another thing that I'm pretty sure, like in the comics though too, is like he can't like reproduce like things like food or a thing that basically he can't make things that already exist with his magic. Like so, like if he wanted to like make a saw, like he can't like bring a saw like or magically make a saw because like it's an invention that exists. So you have to do something that's. But like in Thor Ragnarok, he reproduces beer. To make it endless. So yeah, that's stuff like that. I know that I know about a few of his limitations in the comics, but like yeah,
he uses hand gestures, which is like that's one thing you could have channeled into. The fact of the matter is just like they didn't really flesh out a lot of his magic within the MCU, and that's why you have like very valid critiques about why doesn't he do this, why doesn't he do that, and I'm just like you have to be careful when you use magic. You have to establish what a spell can't and can't do.
To be honest, the way they put limitations in this movie is lame. Basically, just every sorcerer is just going to hand combat, even though some of the most experienced sorcerers. What the fuck?
Scott Derrickson has gone on record to state that the reason why he did that was because he didn't want the films to be like Harry Potter, where it's just like slinging magic back and forth. And I would have been like, there is a way you could have done that without it being Harry Potter.
I mean, have you seen Law of the Rings?
Yep.
That you just do that.
Yeah. Or what you could have done is you could have had it be where like sorcerers have to use incantations to shape arcane magic into spells. But then, like, advanced sorcerers can, like, bypass incantations or say part of the incantation in order to use the spell. But, like, the trade-off could be, like, it's less powerful or it takes more magic, like, something like that.
Yeah, to be honest, even the Harry Potter films is so lame with magic. They really just shoot laser balls.
Yeah, because like they don't take the whole book thing, like yelling the spells, like because it's harder to do non-verbal magic than verbal magic, but for the sake of the film, like we want to get the pretty lights flashing on the screen, so let's not do that.
I mean, aside from aside from Voldemort versus a Ganondorf.
Dumbledore.
Ganondorf. Actually would have made Harry Potter better.
Zelda.
Yeah, Dumbledore versus Voldemort.
I like Doctor Strange 1, but like it honestly has a lot of problems that I honestly think contributed to why like Multiverse of Madness was so bad. And like unironically, I say Infinity War was the best depiction of Doctor Strange from the comic books because that's exactly how we would have acted. Like all of
it. But that's run in contrast with his own movie. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I acknowledge the inconsistencies between his characters between that, but it's like if only they could have nailed Strange well, because like you could have done an awesome Doctor Strange film. Like,
yeah. So I just want to kind of go along because like obviously we do got some Phase 4 stuff as well, but like I really appreciate the in depth, and I was looking forward to that, especially as I was talking to you before.
Yeah, my bad.
That's all right, man. But yeah, that leads us to Guardians 2. Op, if you want to take over.
All right, so first off, for Guardians 2, they're going to have Jason of Spartax, which we stole its father, like in the comics. But Joss Whedon said that being the heir to intergalactic empire would make Star Wars less "quote unquote" relatable. Because being the son of a planet god, I can relate a lot to that.
I mean, what would that be the explanation? I mean, what the fuck? So you think that being a half god is like more relatable?
Gun. It's like, I mean, you could have still achieved a lot of Guardians Volume 2 with him being son of Jason of Spartax.
Yeah, the only thing I'll give it credit, like I guess like the reason why they couldn't do that is because obviously the it's supposed to explain why he survived in space so long before, you know.
And the Infinity Stone.
And the Infinity Stone. It's like so that's he has to be half celestial, and like being half alien is like, which Jason of Spartax would be, not enough. But like that makes more sense to me than, because he's not relatable if he's the son of an emperor. So I don't know. That's kind of silly.
I mean, do you know Gamora, the character in the same movie as Peter Quill? That who's also the daughter of the Mad Titan who runs a fucking empire.
Yeah, she's not relatable, I guess.
I guess not. No. But so for after that, then Gunn wanted Ego to be Star-Lord's father, but that character is actually owned by Fox, so they traded Ego to Marvel Studios in exchange for changing Negasonic Teenage Warhead's powers in Deadpool.
That was like very bizarre. Like
it
doesn't make any sense. Like,
what was trade?
Give us your character, and then I just want you to change the powers of one of your characters. Yeah. How does that? Where's the trade?
I don't see the connection. Really.
It was like, what the fuck? Make more deals. If they got ask for Ego, it's like, okay, give me the entire, fuck it. And give me entire. Actually, I don't know what team they have.
Like, give me the Fantastic Four, and then you just change the powers of four random mutants.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In your X-Men movies. So it's
like, what the?
Is it really how that works? Like,
if I'm a Universal, it's like, okay, if you give me Ego, you give me the Mandarin. Yeah. Just do that.
Yes. Yeah. I don't know. That was interesting though.
Yeah, so thanks to that very specific deal, they got Ego, and they had an early cut that Star-Lord will point out that he looks like Kurt Russell, his favorite actor, which I guess they would say that Ego made himself look like that on purpose to like try to gain Peter's trust. Which I don't know how he would know that because
that'd be too meta.
Yeah, that's true.
Too meta to the point where it's like, why can't you recognize the other people, the actors that are playing each other? You know?
I mean, Kevin Bacon was already pushing it, but like
David Hasselhoff, but David Hasselhoff was very funny.
Yeah.
Even David Hasselhoff plays himself, so.
I mean, not the
that was a funny cameo, but that was like it was good for the bit. If it was like a whole plot point, then that would be annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was
that's it.
That was mainly from Guardians. Yeah,
that's it. That.
Sure thing.
With that, I'll be back in a bit.
Sure. Yeah. Let's just wait. So it's not. I guess I'm going first.
I think. Yeah, sure. What else about Guardians 2? It's all right. Not obviously like the highlight obviously is like stuff with like Yondu. Like I think Gunn does like a really excellent job like making that slimy looking pirate who is actually he has a lot of like depth in terms of like how he was supposed to send Peter to Ego, but like he didn't make that call. Raised him as his own in his own way. And then like when he dies, like that's like one of the more impactful moments. And it's so crazy. Like around the same time, that's when Superman died, and in Batman v Superman, and nobody gave a shit. And it was like, and this blue alien Yondu was way more impactful. It's pretty impressive at how you could do that with someone like Superman in comparison.
I think it also helped too that like Yondu and Rocket Like their interactions were really good, and it's
Yeah.
very much like Yondu, like Rocket and Yondu are very similar in like kind of temperament and sort of how they approach things. Like Yondu basically being like, "Hey, look, like treasure the people who you care about because you never know what's going to happen." And it's like Yondu, you can clearly tell this is set up even in the first movie that like he really did care about Peter Quill.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's like and then it just pays him off. It's like, okay, Kira's like, oh my lord, that's such a beautiful moment. It's insane.
Yeah, it's like and then obviously like when he was like talking to Peter talking to Rocket about like how they, like because Rocket is surprised that like there's all these people celebrating his death. And I was like, look, like, like of course, yeah, there was a lot of great moments in Guardians too.
yeah, Nebula and Gamora.
Yeah,
Gamora.
I still think it's the
Drax
best.
is I mean obviously it's where Drax starts to go a bit too comical after how much like obviously that was praised a lot from Guardians 1.
I do not like how Drax has been treated after this point.
Yeah,
It's like
we have talked about Dave Bautista on our podcast before, and it's so impressive like how he is like going post Drax like with his acting roles.
Yeah, he's the anti-Rock. Like he actually has range.
Like he's probably the best wrestler turned actor.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, I don't know what the other competition are. I mean, the
John
Edge.
Cena's like there, but I think Dave has done more.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Edge, Mr. Edge playing Ares in Percy Jackson. He's in Viking. What the fuck that is?
The Viking show.
Yeah, I think he is in that. Edge.
I mean, it makes sense. He's a wrestler bodybuilder, so it makes sense.
Yeah,
and he's pretty good as Ares as well in Percy Jackson. Which that's our next podcast episode. Looking forward to that one.
Okay, be sure to listen to our interesting takes. I never read the books, by the way.
I'm a fan of the books, and I haven't seen the show, but I've heard kind of mixed to positive things.
Don't worry.
I think it. Yeah.
Yeah. So
just to keep it spoiler free.
By the way, I never seen the movies before I watched this show, and I'm watching the movie while watching the show, and it's quite a fascinating.
Yeah, I think like I guess like to still keep it non-spoiler way. It's kind of like Unity is kind of going through that perspective of like the show movie aspect, and where I'm going to go through like all 3 adaptations, including the book. Yeah, and I think that's kind of like I found it pretty interesting, like when you have a book reader and a non-book reader have a conversation about the adaptation.
Yeah,
because it is different perspectives.
It's insane because I don't even know what to say because you're so hype about that movie, the show, and I was like, I guess, and let's just say my feelings are more subverted than I expected.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't think Op will mind if we just go a little bit forward because we still got a bit here. Spider-Man: Homecoming. Peter would originally accept Stark's offer and reveal his secret identity to the world.
Oh, fuck off!
I am very glad they didn't do that.
Same.
Yeah, I'm glad. Someone who think of that idea, get him out of the room.
Yeah. The early drafts had Toomes as Peter's teacher, not Liz's father.
No,
you could retool it, but I don't think that car scene is too iconic. You can't.
Yeah, it's wait, and it's like, oh my god, Adrian Toomes is so good as a film.
Homecoming is a very underrated MCU film.
Yeah, I'll go as far as to say this is the best Spider-Man movie.
I like it a lot because it it does what the MCU really should have done at the end of Endgame, which was like, let's just have things be a little bit more compressed and personal, because it's like, what's the whole goal? It's like defending the neighborhood.
Yeah, that's the truth. I mean, I don't know. People will ask me, what about Spider-Verse? I mean, there's really good moments there.
I like
But
Into the Spider-Verse.
yeah, I really like it as well. But I think there's a lot more plot problems people might not like to admit. But there's a lot of really good character moments. That's what I say.
Across for me is where there's a lot more issues. I actually like Into the Spider-Verse a bit more, but Homecoming, like, yeah, it just, this film really surprised me, because like I was one of those people who was like kind of half and half, but like the more I rewatched it, the more I realized, wow, this is actually like pretty good. Like it does a lot.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. It's like I'm just really I'm not really interested in the fucking Raimi films.
Yeah.
I was like, even before the take step, people was like, actually they're overrated. It's like, I was watching those, like, my lord, I was so bored.
I like the first Spider-Man Raimi film.
I like the first one. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm fine. Fine.
The
I'm
third one is funny. Funny.
okay. Yeah, it's fine. I just find them so boring to watch it again.
Yeah, and then the Garfield movies.
Yeah.
There's some good ideas in there.
I feel bad for him. He could have been a good Spider-Man. He was.
Yeah, one thing I think.
I think he's a really good. I think he's a good Spider-Man in No Way Home, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I did miss out from the Age of Ultron segment is that, as other people know, like Captain Marvel and Spider-Man were both supposed to be in there as new recruits at the end of the movie. And during that phase of like, Civil War with bringing in Spider-Man, a lot of conversations were like, should it be the Garfield version or should we get a brand new actor? So that was like a delay for a while, like figuring out what do they want to do with Spider-Man in general and who should be the actor. Then it eventually fell to Tom Holland as the role.
Yeah.
Which honestly makes sense. Though I can definitely understand the perspective of like, now obviously this is like the youngest Spider-Man in terms of like he's actually 15. And then like, I mean, the way Feige has described the Homecoming friend, like the Home trilogy, basically it's just like they kind of wanted to go about it like Harry Potter in a way, like where it's like each year is like each film is a new year of school, and a new age of his life. So it's like I guess now obviously like there's other things like like when you compare like agings of Spider-Man is not that young compared to the other heroes in comics usually. In fact, like Nova is like younger than him. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but like obviously you see fan casts and like usually they're like 40-year-old people for Nova. Which I mean, to be fair, I doubt not many people know what Nova is supposed to actually look like. For that aspect.
Yeah.
Not to mention, like you have the Sam Alexander Nova as well, which is like an obvious child. So it's like in comparison. So like I guess like for some people they just associate. Okay, so Richard Rider should be like a much older man or something like that. I guess.
Yeah.
I understand the confusion though, but yeah. And last one, I really hate this one. Early drafts had Happy telling Peter that Stark told him to tell Peter something about how with great power comes ... but wouldn't be able to remember the rest of the phrase.
I'm so happy they cut that.
That would have been awful.
Stupid.
How the fuck did you forgot about that?
How would you know? That is. The thing is, I could picture Phase 4 like doing something like that now, where they're like, let's be meta.
And honestly, there was a similar joke for No Way Home. I liked it better because like it was like where Happy is talking to Matt Murdock and he says like, can you remind me like what this is? My memory's a bit foggy. Like that's a good one because hey, Jon Favreau in 2003 played Foggy Nelson in that movie.
Mm-hmm.
That would have been a good I think that's a good use of that joke. But this one, like with great power comes, I don't know what the rest of that phrase was.
Ooh.
That's dumb. Yeah, I'm glad that was cut.
I wasn't here earlier, but I would have liked the first point about Homecoming where it said that if he reveals identity. I don't.
Yeah, that would suck. And then Toombs as the teacher is like, I mean, you would have to rework the movie, but like to be honest, like that. But then again, it's like if he's the teacher, then it's like that kind of takes away his whole like contractor thing.
Yeah,
which is kind of what makes him evil in the first place. So,
which is also like so compelling as a villain. It's like,
yeah, and the car scene is too iconic to just give up. So
yeah,
yeah.
It also explains like the whole like friendly neighborhood aspect where like they're trying to help their neighborhoods and stuff, but in different ways. And
I still appreciate this movie being so small scale. It's like it just. But the biggest thing is just that he's stopping something being stolen. I was like, that's a stake. Yeah, that's a stake.
Yeah, freaking gets someone's bike back. And he puts the notes, and I'm like, "That's Spider-Man. He would do that."
Yeah. I was like, I kind of miss movies like that. It's like, they don't have to destroy the world. Just like, okay, I'm just gonna stop people from stealing things.
That's the big thing. It's like the friendly neighborhood. He's in Queens. He's like helping like a lady with directions. He's that montage. I love a lot. It's just like it just captures all that. I mean, I get the point. It's like he's not. It's too small scale to the point where it's like he's not like an Avenger level thing. But it's like that's what makes it charming.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like it's something you miss.
I mean,
over the course of the other films.
That's what I love Spider-Man for. Is like instead of just like fighting Thanos. I mean, Thanos alone.
The Miss Marvel TV show could have really learned a lot from studying this movie.
Yeah.
You could have. Because all you needed to do for that show was just take Homecoming and copy it to a degree. Keep it about Jersey City, keep it about teenager life, and maybe keep the villain about like the DHS or someone in between. And then you don't even need like Brie Larson as Captain Marvel to show up.
That. I was like, because at the beginning there's some promises, and then they just drop the promises.
Yeah, they don't deliver.
Yeah. I think the next one will be entertaining. For Thor Ragnarok operations. So why don't you take the lead on that one?
Is it wrong? But like, I still kind of like this movie, but I'm kind of soured on Taika Waititi. Notably him hearing that like he didn't really care about Thor. Just like,
I know.
You POS. Like what?
Yeah, he said that he just do it for the money.
Thank you, Taika.
Yeah. First tidbit about Ragnarok. The original script had a, say it with me now, a darker tone, but Waititi decided to write a new one when he signed on.
I was like, what? I mean, then what the fuck do you hire Taika Waititi?
It's Thor Ragnarok.
They also have Craig Kyle and Chris Yost who wrote this, and they did Avengers, Earth's Mightiest Heroes, Wolverine, and the X-Men, and like a lot of good comic book stuff. So like, way to waste them.
And then and then I talked that in my last podcast. This script is written by 2 set of writing teams. The other one wrote Black Widow.
Oh yeah. And this point is the wildest one.
This is really something, yeah. Early drafts had Thor and Loki find Odin living in the streets of New York as a deranged hobo after his retirement home was destroyed. He would have died in a city alleyway, and then Hela comes and confronts them. They cut that because test audiences reacted negatively. Shocker. So instead they had the one in the real movie with the field, when he dies on the field.
Fjords in Norway.
The fjords of Norway.
Yeah, I was like, based.
You can tell with the green screen.
They released that deleted scene online, and it was not good.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, I think there was like an early trailer, like where Hela was like in an alleyway, and then like in the final cut,
yeah,
her in Norway. So it's like,
I seen bits of the deleted scene. I was like, oh my, Hela just kills him. It's like just stabs him. It's like, I guess that's it.
dies as a deranged
also,
hobo.
the deranged hobo, and also because Hela comes before Odin dies in that version. But I thought it was because, like in the final movie, it's like
His death is what unlocks her from
yeah.
imprisonment.
Yeah.
So there's definitely some rework in the story, but yeah. But that would have been wild.
But
Anthony Hopkins did not want to return at all because like Dark World sucked. But he said the reason why he came back is because it was Taika's energy was pretty like odd but like interesting. Honestly, I think it was because of the his scene where like Loki's pretending to be Odin, who's pretending. Yeah, I think that's like the funniest. That's like probably the funniest joke in the movie.
Oh yeah,
it's like that blends humor very well with like
when he lands and he just looks. Oh shit! My son Thor has returned.
I also kind of blame this movie too, in the sense that it starts the trend of like typecasting Chris Hemsworth as the comedic relief guy with like between this and like Ghostbusters 2016.
That's
and it's
true.
so unfortunate because he can do drama and serious moments really well. I mean, that scene in Infinity War with him and Rocket, like that was really good. And it's like you see films like him in like Extraction, and it's like I want serious Thor, please.
Yeah,
I also don't like normal English Thor either. Like I just like Shakespearean Thor.
Same.
Yeah.
I prefer them more. And I understand the ideas like he's interacting with humans more. That would kind of like lessen him up in terms of like the dialect. I understand that, but like it's so he's speaking so normally and eloquently, like in that sense, like to the point where it's like you're really like Age of Ultron. He still had some Shakespearean like twinge to him, but then he had a few like normal jokes. It's like, but like outside of that, it's like, but like here Thor Ragnarok, he's just a normal guy who has god powers. Like I don't know, it's just like you got to remember he's like 1,500 years old. So it's like I don't know. It feels like it's kind of. I don't think it's that easy to break a habit, but that's just me.
Kind of back for another Thor film. If Hemsworth is down,
yeah.
Yeah.
I know he's taking a break due to the condition.
Yeah,
Alzheimer's.
Even he was like, "Oh my lord, give me back Series 4. I'm not gonna play a fucking joke again."
And honestly, like he did kind of like it back in 2017, but like I think after Love and Thunder, it's like, yeah, I need to stop doing this, which is fair.
Yeah.
No, but Odin dying as a deranged hobo is really funny to think about.
I mean, it fits Taika's MO. I mean, you see what he did with the Warriors 3 and how he killed them off.
Yeah.
Freaking Sif and the Thor 4.
Oh my, yeah.
Yeah, Black Panther. The only one I got is Kraven was supposed to be in the movie, but because of Sony, didn't happen. That's
what the fuck with it? What the fuck did they need Kraven the Hunter in this movie?
Random.
Kraven has had fights with Black Panther before, but it's like not that serious because Black Panther has super strength.
They could have done Chebe
and vibranium. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that's about it though.
Really?
Infinity War.
Yeah. First, we would have that Valkyrie would have led half the Asgardians to safety when Thanos attacked at the beginning. Which
we know.
I guess do they want us to think that still happened? Because
I mean, yeah, I think they.
Not acknowledged.
They showed it already. I don't know what the fuck is that even take. They showed it in the movie already.
No. Well, technically no. They're just not there.
Yeah.
Endgame tells us that's what happened.
Which is a bit lazy. They could have shown a brief image of it.
I get it because they shot Infinity War before a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Everything was like working at the same time at this point.
Yeah. Next up, we have on the Battle of Titan, Thanos would have took Drax and Mantis' souls out of their bodies, and then Doctor Strange would like go into like a soul realm to retrieve them. While Strange would have Spider-Man back in the physical world on Titan would have protected their bodies.
That would have been sick.
That would be cool.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
especially using the Soul Stone
Mhm.
in some capacity as well.
Yeah, and it would have been a great parallel because both characters were created by Steve Ditko. So it's like
Yeah,
you have two
that
Steve
too.
Ditko's creations, like kind of bouncing off of each other, and that could have set up like No Way Home really well.
Yeah,
Mhm.
let's go.
Yeah.
Last up for this film, Captain Marvel would have joined the battle on Titan after following Thanos' trail of destruction across the galaxy and be one of the ones who survived alongside Iron Man, Nebula, and Nova.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nova. Now you
Nova
know
has
what
a
gets
lot
you
of
in
like.
Nova.
Nova has a lot of like. I was gonna be here, Just
Mhm.
FYI. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have minded. Plus, it's. I think it's better than like Captain Marvel just showing up out of nowhere. Which technically that is the case, but at least here there's like a motivation. Like there's a trail of destruction following the Battle of Titan and all this stuff across the galaxy, and that's how she ended up there. At least like there's that kind of justification. Of course, the bigger problem is Captain Marvel. There's no planning for that either. So.
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, they
Same
didn't
with
really.
Nova would have the same problem as well. To be fair,
I have a bit of a hot take. I actually think the Russos and Marcus and McFeely could have really made Captain Marvel a decent character. I mean, you saw what they did with like Black Panther compared to like Civil War and like his own movie. So, like, I'm on one hand, it doesn't really matter for me because like Infinity War, I still really enjoy it, but it's like if they really wanted Captain Marvel, they really should have introduced or hinted at her much earlier than what we got.
and like honestly, like if you introduced her in this movie, it's not the worst idea. The problem is like because Captain Marvel is a prequel, the next movie coming up is a prequel. You just don't really. I mean, it gives her a disservice in terms of like. Well, okay. I guess to make it more simple, it's like the problem is like Fury and Carol already have interaction with each other on Earth, and that's why the Captain Marvel movie is going this way because Fury and Carol have already interacted with each other. Whereas, like, if you were to introduce her in in Infinity War, the difference is like that's set in the modern day, and plus she's coming from a space cosmic adventure, and ends up here on Titan. That does not signal any connection with Tony's, with the Avengers or Shield or Nick Fury or anything on Earth. So at least like you just have to think in the context. Like if Captain Marvel was introduced in Infinity War, it at least prevents like this backstory idea of like let's put her back on Earth in the '90s where she met Nick Fury, and that would ruin every single MCU product that was ever made before.
Yeah.
But yeah, then obviously like they could still technically do that with Captain Marvel, which is what they did. But I think but I do think like if you introduce Captain Marvel in this movie, I think you could still get away with like okay, she could maybe be a good, interesting character in her prequel movie ish, which honestly the prequel movie should have just been set during the blip. I just don't think it should have been in the '90s, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or what you could have done is if you wanted to use like Monica Rambeau, and have her be Captain Marvel instead of Carol Danvers, you do like a '90s buddy cop movie set in like New Orleans, and then you end the movie with like her being like maybe Roxxon is trying to do like some quantum realm stuff, and then you end it with her being sucked into the quantum realm, and then like you have her meet up with like Scott Lang, and she's the one that helped him escape, and thus setting the events of Endgame.
Maybe,
Yeah. Maybe so.
As we mentioned, Captain Marvel.
Geez.
The only thing they really had was just it was based so it was always intended to be a period piece because they wanted to avoid figuring out how Carol would interact with Shield and the Avengers. So they considered putting it in the 60s and 80s. That's about it. But then they said the 90s, of course.
Yeah,
and again, it's like I still don't think like again, because obviously here you have like Carol Danvers is like eternally 30 for some reason. which okay, fair enough.
Don't explain that.
Yeah, and it's like, and if they wanted to do that, like you could still set it before the MCU starting, but you just don't need her to interact with Fury. Because I think her interaction with Fury is like really what kills everything. Is because Fury knows Captain Marvel, he knows about alien threats, and he knows about like all these things, and then everything that happens from, plus the eye scratch as well. The thing is, like, if Carol Danvers was just allowed to be like her own superhero, and I guess she was a part of Earth, and then she was captured by the Kree to become, or something like that, like where she was captured and became like, and they made her a Kree soldier under brainwashing or something like that. At least like that takes away some credence from the Earth from interacting with alien stuff before 2012, which is for Avengers, like that's very ideal that they need to discover aliens in that movie.
Yeah.
Like,
here's a fun idea. You could have done that, and you could have fleshed out a relationship between her and like Marvel, like Jude Law's character, and like you could have had Jude Law's character die, and thus she earns the title Captain Marvel from that. There you go.
Maybe. The only other note is, as funny as you mentioned, Jude Law. The other option was Keanu Reeves. For
so that was
but he declined because he had scheduling conflicts.
Yeah, I would do that as well.
Yeah.
Not missing much.
Again,
it is unfortunate because Captain Marvel could be a good movie. I think a lot of it just came down to like putting her. I think like combining her with Fury was the biggest mistake. I think she should have been her own solo character, and like
making her too OP.
I get it. They have to explain the pager in Infinity War, but it's like,
yeah, but you didn't have to. My point is like you don't have to make a pager or anything like that. Just leave that out and just like introduce her in this movie, in Infinity War, and then to be fair, that's assuming that the Infinity War idea worked. But but there's a lot of things you have to retool. Basically,
I would have also given her powers like something similar to like her comic book powers, but like with more of a limit. Like maybe she can do like all the Superman stuff outside of ramming through ships. Like I would completely remove that. Like don't do that. But like have it be like she has like some sort of time limit, or like she has like an energy reserve limit. So like she can do like all these great things, but like when she like expends energy and stuff, that like depletes her power, and thus when she runs out of power, she's just completely ordinary and normal. And then you could play off of that with like the climax with her like having to stop the Armada fleet or something like that. But like there's tension now because she can be blasting all these people, but like there's a limit to how much she can do before she runs out. So like there's a ticking time clock.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things they could do. They don't even need Nick Fury. Just like here's a random S.h.i.e.L.D. agent who discovers alien, and he just like hands Fury a pager, and the random S.h.i.E.L.D. agent died in this movie. They could just do that.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But
like I think the problem is the whole Skrulls and Fury's interactions with aliens, and then obviously like that whole like it was like Thor's attack in 2011 with or 2010, I don't know, some cat will get me wrong for that. Like in Thor 1, it's like that's when they realize that aliens are there, and that's when we realize we're hilariously outgunned. But no, that's not true actually, because back in the 90s that happened with the Skrulls as well. It's like, okay, I guess, but
it's a really clear retcon.
It was just a dumb idea. And plus the creation of S.h.i.e.L.D., which was tangential with S.h.i.e.L.D. the whole time, which is really fucking annoying because S.h.i.e.L.D. does not help at all during the Hydra invasion or anything like that. So
it's so funny.
There's a lot of problems with just doing that. But I think this creative decision with Captain Marvel kind of doomed it from the start, and that's really unfortunate because I do think like Captain Marvel could have been like a good addition and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And
That could
obviously,
be a
like,
fun exercise to try to rewrite Captain Marvel to be a good movie and like fix
No, I
it.
will fucking. I would just. I would
I have to
literally just.
I have to retool everything.
Oh yeah, it would be a
Basically,
page one rewrite like from
Yeah.
scratch because there's no way you could salvage this.
I was like, you basically doom yourself. Like to get the Marvel would pick up Nick Fury. It's like, okay, stop it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like Carol Danvers, like my pitch would have been something like kind of like a female version of like Hal Jordan.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. So what's the
Reimagine.
next? Yeah.
So yeah, next up is Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, so just for FYI, I skipped out Ant-Man and the Wasp, but that's because there was really nothing interesting. I mean, like if you find there was a bridge attack and Giant Man would use like his arm as like a ramp for the cars to go up onto the bridge to be safe. I mean, that's a cool fact, I guess, but not really interesting. So
yeah,
Fine.
so
it's
yeah.
Endgame.
And then with Endgame, first off, the Avengers would have spared old Thanos originally, so I wonder how that would have factored into the rest of the film.
I don't think that will work, but
Well, I guess it's more
I mean,
like so basically like the gauntlet is already destroyed at that point.
I mean, I
Because
just
you just have to accept that
what?
works. So he can't be a threat anymore. Though to be fair, honestly, it's really it is funny to talk about comic Thanos versus like MCU Thanos. It's like comic Thanos is like a master of magic without the gauntlet. Like he's pretty OD in the comics. I'll give you. I'll say that he basically can go toe to toe with Odin. So yeah, it's just like so it's kind of funny when you compare him to his MCU counterpart here and there. But yeah.
I think killing him off was such a big mistake in this movie. Like there was a way you could have because like essentially it's just reintroducing a new version of Thanos. It comes off as very anticlimactic. And I think a way they could have had their cake and eat it too is like Thor cuts Thanos' head off, but we find out that like Thanos used like the reality stone or something to trick the Avengers into thinking that he was dead, and that fundamentally he allows the Avengers to do their time travel shenanigans and stuff to like regain a new gauntlet, and then like he tries to figure out a way to steal it, and thus like re-snap it so that way like everyone gets like erased and then remade so that way they don't have any memories of him actually snapping and erasing people the first time around. Like you make it so that way you justify where it's like, yeah, as long as people have memories of the older world, they're never going to stop trying to fix it. So I just need to purge the memories of that or something along those lines.
Yeah, I guess so. But next up, we got a huge change here. Thor would have became originally a bloodthirsty intergalactic warrior hunting down what was left of Thanos' army.
what the fuck would you just do that?
Wow.
That would have been so much better.
Instead, fat.
What the fuck was I was the bloodthirsty for killing people? That's more interesting than Fortnite.
No. Got a Fortnite in there. Got to be cool, hip. Yeah. Now, next we have that Black Widow and Hawkeye would fight Thanos' army in 2014 Vormir, and originally Hawkeye was going to be the one who sacrificed himself for Black Widow to get the Soul Stone.
I guess it can go either way, but to be honest, I really hate that Thanos discovered 4 years. I've seen the deleted scene of the alternative versions, but Black Widow died instead of Hawkeye, so
Yeah. Well, also, Hank Pym and Janet would have came in the last fight. They would have had their original suits and commanded an army of giant ants. It could have been interesting. I guess they kind of brought that back. Quantumania.
God. Yeah. No, I guess that's just like there's a lot of shit you can do in the final battle. To be honest, I mean illogically.
Yeah, could have had a lot there. Speaking of which, there would have been a rematch between Hulk and Thanos in the last fight, which
Damn
I don't
it!
know.
You fucking kidding
I don't know
me?
why they
Why
removed
would
it.
they do that?
You
Who
think
the
that would
fuck
be
controlled this movie? I would have killed
that
them.
would be a
Oh.
no-brainer, really, to just keep to have a rematch, but no.
You could have had the Black Order. Like the Black Order are so wasted in the MCU because they're essentially just like they're really cool characters in the comic books. You could have had Thanos and Hulk have a rematch and have the Black Order be the one to fight the other Avengers. Like,
Yeah, it really could have been something.
so stupid.
And it was also last fact here for Endgame would have ended with the original 6 Avengers all sacrificing themselves to defeat Thanos.
Hindsight 2020. Yeah, kill them all.
Honestly,
I guess so. Yeah, with what has happened. Well, I guess Hawkeye, Clint, he's still doing all right.
Yeah. I don't mind Hawkeye. That's really it.
yeah. Like I personally, for me, Endgame really feels like the delineation. This, like, in all honesty, it's a very apt title because it very much feels like the end of the MCU on like a double meaning, where it's like it's the end of the Infinity Saga, but it's also the beginning of the end because this
Yeah.
is where a lot of the problems started to
Yeah.
creep back up. And personally, for me, I probably like they really shouldn't have killed. Like I get Tony Stark's sacrifice and stuff, but like they really should have tried to recast some of the other members of the Avengers after some point, like maybe after like a break or something like that. Or if they really wanted to do the multiverse stuff, like just start in a new multiverse, like maybe like a 1960s inspired like multiverse timeline, and just have like the Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four.
Get like the original Avengers.
Yeah.
Like Iron Man and the Gold and all, like that aesthetic. That could have been something, huh?
Yeah, because like, you know, for me, like I don't hate this film. I still like watching it, but it's hard to deny that it's not a very good movie. Like it sets up a lot of really bad stuff that we're seeing now, like multiverse, time travel, and I'm just like, why did they have to go with time travel?
Yeah, it's.
I mean, it's so lame now. Just like, oh, Iron Man has to sacrifice himself to save the universe, and you just have regular multiversal sticks, and they're just like, okay, you just keep undermining yourself.
I think a smarter way to have done Endgame and have similar payoffs would have been to have it be a time loop movie.
To be honest, I would just tell you to stop doing time travel if I'm
Oh yeah, ideally I would not have had time travel at all. But it's like if we had to do something time related, like a time loop would have been arguably a lot easier to grasp, because I mean it still would have been difficult in like making repeat events entertaining, but like it would have been a lot easier for the audience to grasp, and you still could have had a lot of the payoffs that you had.
Yeah, and like the other issue too is like you just have to first accept that like Thanos like snapping the stones to like explode themselves is like you just have to first accept that, and then once you do that, then it's like okay, then we can't use the stones to bring people back. So it's like what's the next best thing? Well, we got to time travel to get our own stones, and then which is like a dumb thing as well. So it kind of relies on like you just have to kind of accept it. Like, well, first you have to accept that like can the stones explode like that, which is pretty stupid. And then yeah, plus the time travel.
It's just time travel. Yeah, you got to be careful with time travel because it's such a difficult mechanic to get right. Cause
yeah, you see how Loki treats it.
Oh yeah, Loki.
And Loki, how Loki talks about how come the Avengers gets to do that in Endgame, and when I do it, it's bad.
when I do something in character,
no, it was a part of the sacred timeline. It was meant to do. They were meant to go back in time. And
this is when you can tell that the writer's just like, okay, fuck, I don't know how to explain that.
Yeah, way to get rid of free will in the MCU. Thank you.
Yeah.
I hate that. Just yeah. Endgame, like it. Which this is the question I'll pose to you. It's like, what would you have done differently in Endgame shoes, assuming you had to use time travel, or if you had the option of not to use time travel?
I mean, I would absolutely abandon time travel. It's like, why would I do? It's like I would just like have an actual rematch between the Avengers getting the stones from Thanos again.
Yeah, like something where, like Thanos wouldn't be done. Maybe like he would like try to use him for like a new purpose. I don't know what I would do.
Yeah, I won't.
It's kind of hard because you have to remember the glove is like the thing that could destroy everything or save everything depending on how you use it. And especially like, I mean, obviously like Thanos is injured from the snap, which that's a MCU thing and not a comic thing.
He's no Peggy Carter.
Another idea I could have seen happening to make sure that they could have had their cake and eat it too is that like Doctor Strange like bewitches the time stone. So it's like when the Avengers fight Thanos, like maybe we don't have it where he destroys the stones immediately, but like he tries to snap them out. Like, the Avengers do a rematch, they lose, and the time stone like causes a bewitching effect that maybe sends like Tony Stark back in time to like a specific period or something like that. And thus you can play on the idea of like Tony Stark knowing what is going to happen. And thus the whole movie is just trying to prevent that or circumvent it. And like maybe that's how you can do like the time loop thing where there's like a limited number of like loops before it's like full game over. I don't know.
And also, I think that did they mention the fact that there's a scene behind the scenes they actually shot it. I know that they animated it. It's like Thanos killed Captain America, but Tony Stark is alive.
Well, it's like in 2014, Thanos goes back, brings the decapitated head of Steve from that 2014 time, brings it to the future, and pretty much like throws it at their feet.
What the fuck? Okay, that's not what I meant. What the fuck?
I'm pretty sure that's what that was the concept art or something like that.
No, actually,
there wasn't a plan for that.
Jesus, I mean, they shot that scene with Josh Brolin, Chris Evans, and Robert Downey Jr.
Like Endgame, like they, like I said, time travel, like they really shouldn't have done that. And honestly, it makes me curious to see why Feige chose to change Infinity, because originally when Infinity War was announced, it was a 2-part movie, but then they changed it, and I'm like, why?
Did they? So it wasn't just like that; it was changed from instead of Infinity War Part 2 to Endgame. It was like Infinity War itself would have been 2 parts.
Yes, because remember back in like I think it was like 2013, 14. It was when they were doing the announcement for like Age of Ultron. They had like a teaser with like Thanos with the gauntlet, and they showed like Infinity War Part 1 and Infinity War Part 2.
Oh, because I was like, Infinity War Part 1 and 2. I know this is going. In Part 1 they lose, and everyone gets snapped, and then Part 2 they bring them back. I'm guessing. But, but it being Infinity War itself being 2 parts, I wonder. Yeah,
I mean, obviously, like the Infinity War comic kind of has that thing. It's like because like but the difference is like in Infinity War comic is like Thanos has the glove and he snaps. Like nobody prepared for that because like he did it on his own and nobody knew about it. The only person who knew about it was Silver Surfer.
Slight correction, called Infinity Gauntlet in the comic books.
Yep.
Yeah.
In Infinity War,
and all the stones are different colors.
It's just it's fascinating with like Endgame, like how much it informs the modern MCU stuff with like Phase 4 and 5. like with a lot of the choices, and just a lot of its inception point is here.
Yeah.
So, I do want to kind of, because like just so we do have one more thing from Phase 3, which is Far From Home. And then I'm wondering, do you guys want to stop after that? Because like I do have Phase 4 and 5 notes.
Yeah,
but like it's pretty late, and Unity has college. So
Yeah.
I've got.
I'm wondering if like we can finish up with Far From Home, and then we can do maybe a part 2, like a part 2, a different part.
Sure.
Yeah. We should do. You can do a part. You can do a part 2.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Because I know like I have free time, but like I know for Unity and for others, like it's just pretty late.
Yeah, I got work tomorrow, so it's like
yeah. All right, that's cool. But I really appreciate this conversation. I'm not trying to slight that at all.
Yeah, no. I'm actually glad for taking the time.
Because my class starts at 6 hours, 7 hours.
I'll be quick. So the last, right? Oh shit! Yeah, the last film of Phase 3 is Far From Home. Early drafts. Well, originally it was. I think like some people they do know, like it was supposed to be the first movie of Phase 4, but then they decided, actually it makes more sense to be the end of Phase 3. I guess like their logic was like Ant-Man ending Phase 2, so it's like I think Spider-Man could do that for Phase 3. I guess that's the logic. I don't know about that.
I mean, it's a better movie to end the Phase. I'll give it that.
Yeah.
Let's see. Early drafts featured the real Nick Fury and Maria Hill, but then they changed it to Talos and Soren masquerading as the two because that would justify how Mysterio would be able to deceive them.
Fair.
Yeah.
But the problem is like factor in the Secret Invasion. Talos is the smart one. Fury is the dumb one. So.
Wow.
Oh, Secret Invasion does so much damage.
Yeah, I was like,
and Talos is like so smart that like he's done everything for Fury to the point where he's pretty much every accomplishment Fury has ever done is like thanks to Talos.
Jesus Christ!
Secret Invasion really is the.
By the way, it's so fucking pathetic because in the same post-credit scene, Talos basically just calls Nick Fury. It's like, hey, Nick, I don't know what the fuck can I do? Can you tell me what to do? I was like, did the person rewrite Secret Invasion even watch the previous movies?
No.
God.
I'd be surprised.
Yeah. That's really the big one. This one is kind of like setting up for Phase 4 and 5, but like I still wanted to keep them in this part because like it's still in this timeline prior to the first one. Basically, the next trio, it was meant to be Black Panther, Captain Marvel, and Spider-Man. This didn't work out due to Boseman's passing, unfortunately, Brie not connecting with the fans, and Tom being caught in the contract war between Sony and Marvel Studios.
Just recast T'Challa. Like it's
I think they should have done that too. I think they should have done that too.
And that's what
and like, there's like his brother has said, like Chadwick has also mentioned, like he doesn't mind recasting T'Challa.
So stupid.
And it's pretty obvious why. Like T'Challa's been there since the 60s. It's like I feel like having him pass via the character too, just because of that, it's like this does a disservice to the character in general.
Chadwick literally said he thinks the role is bigger than himself.
Because it is. I mean, I know that sounds harsh and all that, but Black Panther is bigger than all of us.
Yeah.
Superman is bigger than all of us. Batman is bigger than all of us. It's like
nothing will take away the fact that Chadwick was like a great actor in the role, and he did a really good job with whether he was given. But it's like they needed to move on, and they just kneecapped themselves by doing that. And I think a lot of it too is they wanted to bank on the all new, all different Marvel stuff, but it's like you saw what happened with that in the comic books. It was a mixed bag. It's like, and they didn't even do anything creative or writing wise. And then as for Carol Danvers, it's like they had a chance to like really make her if they wanted her to be a leading member of the Avengers, they really needed to make that film good. Like, especially now with the Marvels and like seeing how bad things have done, it's like Captain Marvel very much was like is a paradox success, as I like to call it, because it was successful in the sense that it was the film right before Endgame,
and it
so
got
like,
$1 billion.
yeah, it got
But
$1 billion,
Yeah.
but like
yeah,
long term, it kneecapped them.
yeah. And then the last point, this one is I found particularly interesting, and it sets up our part 2 video now that we've planned that out. For Disney Investor Day 2020, Feige and Kathleen Kennedy for Star Wars were pressured into announcing projects nowhere near ready, quote unquote, noting Armor Wars and Fantastic Four. Feige's quote, one second. The
Disney
event wrong-footed Marvel, the studio, struggled to deliver on all promises it made during that presentation.
Disney Plus, from what I've understand from like
You
some of
could-
my friends, Disney Plus very much was the Achilles heel for the company because Iger launched this thing very haphazardly, and as a result, it shifted a lot of schedules and attentions. And it also didn't help that like the Mandalorian success really motivated Iger to like, we need to do this for Marvel now. And like Feige was just like, all right, we're just going to announce stuff. And I think that fundamentally did them in because like they were hot off of Endgame, and thus the investors wanted as much of a return on Marvel as possible, as quickly as possible. And combine that with the pandemic, it's like it's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was even that was like, how much? Just announce a few things. Don't announce like 10 of them. It's like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Like you're still talking about like at least like a double-digit number, but like not like 20 to the point. And it's like my other thing is like with especially with that kind of intel, it's like there's just I will never really understand the appeal of let's talk about these projects that are going to come out and we don't have a writer, director, or anything in mind for it. Especially in the case of like Armor Wars. Like Armor Wars and Blade were both announced like in that same Comic-Con. Fantastic Four was revealed later, but yeah, it's like they didn't have a writer at all during that time, and now obviously like they're both like in turmoil. I still have no idea what Armor Wars production is anymore.
Yeah,
we know it's not a show anymore. It's gonna be a movie. Which
good luck with that, especially post Secret Invasion. But like to answer your question, I think a lot of it is because of stock. Because these announcements, they push the stock up, and Disney stock, like Iger and the company, they very much were focused and fixated on Disney stock and Disney performance. Because you look at Disney stock, it was pretty high back then. Like 2019 very much was the year where Disney had like, what is it, like 4 out of like several of the films made $1 billion. So like their stock was just going up and up and up, and Iger really wanted to capitalize that, especially considering his departure, which I put in quotes because he never really left. And then Chapek tried to carry it, didn't work out. Iger came back, and thus just a lot of really bad decisions came as a result of Disney Plus and just greed. And it's like all Marvel needed to do was just take some time off. I think in a very counterintuitive way, they would have probably been in a better position if they had just taken some time off. Like, obviously, do No Way Home, do Guardians Volume 3. That's it. Just
it's like don't just announce like WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier and Loki, and it's like done. Stop it. Don't announce more.
Yeah, I would have been fine with that too if they just like kept it at maybe 3 shows, something simple. Plus, like obviously the appeal of WandaVision, Falcon and Winter Soldier, Loki, the big appeal was like we have supporting characters now leading their own projects. Now they're not going to be supporting characters; they're going to be leading. I understand I understand the hype for that, but then like when we're talking about like, and again, I also don't mind the concept of like let's introduce some new characters so that people can get hyped for that, like Moon Knight, She-Hulk, Miss Marvel, which is like going to be lesser and lesser in that extent. But at the
Yeah, I
same
was like,
time, it's like when you get to a point where like now I know like it's like at least like 12 other projects that's working on now. It's like the other I mean like my friends have always had this conversation with me. It's like the hardest thing about watching Marvel products nowadays is like the content is everywhere and there's so much of it to the point where like it's pretty overwhelming to like expect that like the general audience would just care about every one of these projects.
yeah, I was like, what the fuck don't we just announce a few of them just to
It's
experiment on them?
it's the hubris. It's the hubris in thinking that the brand was invincible and it couldn't fail. And it's like, look what happened with Disney Star Wars.
To be fair, that's what I thought beforehand for Marvel, so I wasn't.
It's hubris. And the thing
Yeah.
is, all Phase 4 really should have been Fantastic Four. Like, it's the most obvious thing. Phase 4, Fantastic Four. There you go.
Just do Fantastic Four, and then you won.
Yeah, there you go. And then go more street level. Like maybe not have stuff connected. Do something a little bit more decentralized. And then once you give people a palate
'cause,
cleanser,
yeah.
then come back.
Phase one was like not like a connected thing until really. I mean, you had Tony Stark show up in Hulk, but that's like nobody really cares about that. But it wasn't until like Nick Fury in Iron Man 2, and then like obviously some other connections involving like Coulson and Thor. You got um, Captain America meeting Nick Fury as well in the end of his film, and then obviously the Avengers being that cohesive film that has all the members that we've seen in those previous movies in one project. With Phase 4, obviously you're coming off of Endgame, which had a lot of hype, and that's very understandable. But now you have to rebuild somewhere because like you can't just like expect like now that I mean this is going back to that Foggy quote about Guardians 1 having the success that we can do anything. I mean I understand where that's coming from, but like at the same time it's like we're going to talk about it, but like they did say that the one that really shocked them as why they're really doing bad right now is because Quantumania was received as bad, and they thought that was actually the good one.
It showed how insulated they were from the actual reality of the situation.
I don't fucking know. Did anyone just like watch that movie and goes, "Wow, that is so good, man"? Wow.
That was the good one.
I think what's also really telling, and this will be the big things before I sign off. Which again, thank you, Red, and everyone for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Is that notice how Peyton Reed has not said a single thing since Ant-Man 3 came out? Because from what I understand with my friend Script Doctor, originally Ant-Man 3 was supposed to be a much darker film, hence the trailers. And what happened was that when this was, they had finished filming and they were going to do post-production work, but when Chapek got ousted and Bob Iger came back, Bob Iger saw a cut of the movie and was like, this is way too dark. We can't do this. So he ordered Peyton Reed and everyone else to do a whole bunch of reshoots. That's why, like, during that lead up, they had reshoots that were so close up. Because you can clearly tell with the ending of that movie that, like, at the very least, like, Scott and Hope were supposed to be stuck in the quantum realm.
Yes.
That was supposed to happen, but they changed it because dark ending bad.
Have you seen Infinity War?
Again, it's a lot of this goes back to studio politics and just like Bob Iger, who hated Chapek and thought he was doing a bad job and thought that he was saving Marvel, quote unquote, and saving this film. And it ended up just spiraling out of control, and then you had Victoria Alonso doing her own thing, and this is a lot of Hollywood. It's just a lot of studio politicking and a lot of middlemen and individuals like trying to vie for power, interfering, and like putting their hands in projects and stuff like that. All it does is it creates bad stuff, and I feel really bad for Peyton Reed because it's like I actually kind of like him as a director to a degree. I mean, I don't think Ant-Man 2 is great, but it's like I can see why he was tapped to do a Fantastic Four film, like why he wanted to do one for Fox, because like he had the tone down. It's just the writing needed to work. That's the big thing. But it's like, it's Ant-Man 3 very much. I think it's a terrible movie, and I'm not going to defend a bad movie, but I feel really bad for Peyton Reed being stuck in that really awkward situation of studio politics and just a movie not being good. And then also too, he's not perfect because like Mahler's video really points out some of the dumb things he said and everything like that. It's again, Ant-Man 3 really should, like, the red flag should have been there beforehand with like Multiverse of Madness, but like Ant-Man 3 really, I think, was the beginning of the end from the box office standpoint. Because like Wakanda Forever, you can't really, like, Wakanda Forever had the advantage of Chadwick Boseman's death, which I know sounds horrible to say, but like, let's be real.
That
film did well because of that. Nothing more. Like,
and the cast grieving for him. It's like, and I was like, I was just sitting here feeling very insulted by it.
It like phase 4 and 5 was really when the MCU really collapsed, and it's just going to be really curious to see what they do from this point onward, because like studio politics wise, they could have rationalized a lot of the stuff being like, oh, okay, we have like one thing that didn't do as well, so on and so forth. But with the Marvels now being the first official like hard flop of the MCU, where it's not even like and being a very costly one at that, like they can't have that ego anymore. They can't have that swagger because they've lost the audience.
Yeah, even that, I was like, I don't even know what to say about those movies. It's like, how are you gonna want me back? You have to keep having head after head after head.
Yeah,
it's like,
I think Daredevil is their last straw.
Yeah.
Daredevil, Deadpool 3, but like you could say Deadpool 3, but like I don't. There's a lot of problems with that because obviously it's like trying to be a Fox movie and a Disney movie, so
even that I was I don't see people losing.
I think Daredevil is the one that will really kill everything if that's bad.
Yeah, I think Deadpool 3 is like No Way Home. It just isolated its own, so even if it's good, no one would just care to watch another one.
Yeah, the other thing I've also heard too, I'll get going at this point, but it seems like Marvel has gotten the memo, because right now what they're trying to do is, quote, skate on thin ice, which is just every project that they had in development, they're going to try to fix it as best as they can, and they're going to release it. Hence why Captain America 4 has been pushed back. And let's just be blunt, they're reshooting the entire movie.
Absolutely.
They're reshooting the entire thing because they know for a fact they can't piss the audience off.
I don't fucking get a competent writer and just write it from a get-go.
It's like, whoa, and it's like it's woefully inefficient, and yeah, it's just it's a messy situation, and it's all comes back to 2019 and a lot of the choices they made, and thinking, as you said, Red, with like Guardians, where like they could do anything. It's like as soon as you believe in that, you believe in your own hype to that degree, you fail as a creative, because you can no longer be impartial. You can no longer be objective in seeing something you really wanted, but then just taking it as it is, being like, this is not working. We need to pivot.
Yeah, it's like, it's just the more you see it, it's the fall of the MCU.
Yeah, and it's sad. I don't like talking negatively about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I don't like talking negatively about a lot of stuff, but I'm going to call a spade for a spade. This is not good.
I mean, it's like people are openly shitting on Phase 5 now.
It's more acceptable now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more
At least.
Yeah, because people are starting to wake up to the fact that just the writing isn't there. Like Ant-Man 3, they thought that was acceptable to release.
Oh, the anyone look at the giant Modok face? It's like, yeah, that looks so interesting. That looks good.
I had people in my theater laughing at that moment, but like not in an ironic sense, like in a joke sense, like actually laughing. And like one of my friends, like because I saw it with like a good friend of mine who I've known for a long time, and like his friend, and I kid you not, at the end of Ant-Man 3, my friend's friend, she's like, let me get this straight. This villain, Kang the Conqueror, who is supposed to be hyped up as the next Thanos, this threat that's even more stronger and more powerful than Thanos, was defeated by a swarm of ants.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's not the comic booky kind of thing. Like, there's some dumb things that happen in the comics, like, but like I don't think Kang the Conqueror being defeated by giant ants is one of those situations. I mean, then again, you have comics where Thanos gets arrested for stealing lemonade, so.
And he has a Thanos.
But to be fair, that's still the Gooby era.
Yeah, it's but I think that just belays the point, though, which is that if you have a big bad villain, don't have them lose to the hero. Have them actually be effective. I mean, you look at Thanos in Infinity War. What did he accomplish? He defeats the Hulk in battle. He kills both Loki and Heimdall, and like nearly kills Thor and stuff like that. So it's like it's establishing a threat very clearly and distinctly, and it's like, Kang, you could have done that, but you didn't. You thought that this was a good idea, and I'm just like, I really want to have I don't know if it was like studio interference or something like that, but I really want to have a conversation with the person and being like, did you honestly think this was a good idea for your big phase villain to lose in a side character's movie?
Yeah, and like, definitely when we get to the part 2 of this video, we'll definitely have more to expand on with Ant-Man. Especially like I did have like a lot to say about in terms of like the creative decision, because like obviously Feige was the one who wanted Kang to be the villain in that movie, and really questions a lot about it. But like I think we should probably wrap it up right here.
Yeah, I gotta get going. But thank
part
you
1.
so much.
So that was why does Marvel have a massive production problem? But this is part 1 of 2. We talked about phase 1, 2, and 3, and it's quite a long one, but I greatly appreciate that. The 4 truck through to get to that.
Point. We have really have more fun talking about the MCU disaster than actually watching the MCU stuff.
Which is sad.
For sure. It's awful. So once again, I'd like to thank Operation Bagel and Bia for participating today. We greatly appreciate having you two here.
I appreciate you having me on.
Yeah,
and we're definitely going to have a part 2 for phase 4 and 5 from the book. But we'll probably take a break from Marvel stuff in the meantime. As you can understand. So
unless
we'll definitely schedule that one day.
We'll schedule probably something more big, something big Marvel announcement. I mean, quote unquote big, because no one gives a shit anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So so thank you, and just a quick reminder again for we do have this on another Reviews Corp podcast. We archive the videos there after the Monday of the podcast, so you will see this again on that channel on Monday the 29th at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So please also subscribe to that channel. We'd greatly appreciate that. It will also be available on the Spotify. And thanks again, both of you, for participating, and we'll definitely talk again.
Thank you for having us.
Glad you came.
And also, thank you to the audience that was listening in, and we will see you next time. Bye, guys.
Take care.
Come on.